all the time. She's 31 today. Happy birthday. All right, let's see if anybody knows this. Finish the line. Turkey Lurkey Do and Turkey Lurkey Dap. We will go to Tim. Hey, Tim, good morning.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma. All right, so Turkey Lurkey Do and Turkey Lurkey Dap. What comes next?
After you eat the turkey, you take a nap?
After you eat the turkey, you take a nap?
Yeah.
Your call, Preston.
Oh, man.
Are you feeling generous for the holidays?
Yeah, I guess so. It's I eat that turkey, then I take a nap. So, Tim, I'm being nice. It's a good day to be thankful, Tim. All right, hang on. We're going to set you up with tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco's Nobody Does This tour.
They want to hear the Thanksgiving song.
This song sucks.
Yeah.
This song is stupid.
Yes, of course. Everything that Sandler does is stupid.
And at the time, it was goofy and hilarious. In my humble opinion, now it's just stupid. You know?
I love it.
I like the Hanukkah song.
Okay.
I like all three Hanukkah songs. They're
Did you
fun.
see his last Netflix special?
No.
Okay, he's got a lot of good songs on there. One I like in particular is called UFC Ears. And it's just, talks about the guys in UFC with their cauliflower ears.
Right,
It's like
all right.
UFC ears.
By the time it gets to gobble gobble goo and gobble gobble giggle,
Uh-huh.
I want to punch him in the
You're
face.
out?
Yeah. Actually, I'm out way before that, but by then I've really had enough. So anyhow, if you love the Thanksgiving song, that's fine too. Okay.
There aren't many Thanksgiving-based songs,
There aren't
right?
any, none that I know
Why doesn't Mariah Carey jump in on that one?
Right.
Right?
It's a great holiday.
She likes a good meal.
You should sing a song about Perky the Quirky Turkey.
No, let's not do that.
You know where he lives, right?
Yeah.
Actually,
established.
real quick,
Perky Almond Trail.
if I can recommend one, I heard one this week. It's called, it's literally called the Thanksgiving song. It's just a straightforward, this is a great holiday. It's by a guy named Ben Rector. I tweeted it out yesterday, and Preston, I think you'd like it. It just celebrates the holiday, and it's a really pretty song. So
Okay, all right.
if you are looking for a wholesome Thanksgiving song that's nice and pretty, Ben Rector, the Thanksgiving song.
Ben
All right.
Rector.
Yeah.
Damn near
Nearly
killed
killed
her.
him. I was thinking the same thing.
All right. The Hollywood Reporter has named Matthew McConaughey Philanthropist of the Year.
All right.
The Oscar-winning actor and his wife, Camila Alves McConaughey, are being recognized for the work of their Just Keep Living Foundation, which they started in 2008. The foundation focuses on fitness, mental health, teamwork, and community service at Title I schools. With an impressive success rate, nearly 100% of the program participants have graduated from schools with dropout rates as high as 50%.
He seems like a good dude.
Yeah.
I mean, he really he walks the walk.
A spotlight is also being shown on McConaughey's other philanthropic efforts, including raising $7.7 million with his virtual Weir, Texas concert in March, help for victims of Winter Storm Uri. On the possibility of running for governor of Texas, McConaughey told the Hollywood Reporter, "It's a new embassy of leadership that I have really been doing my diligence to study, to look into, to question what it is, what would it be for me." So he's never officially said anything about going after, but there was a poll that said he would actually have a pretty good chance if he ran.
Well, he's been doing good things for Texas.
In a survey by the Dallas Morning News and the University of Texas, Tyler, McConaughey beat both current Republican Governor Greg Abbott and Democratic challenger Beto O'Rourke in head-to-head matchups. However, in a three-way race, Abbott comes out just ahead of McConaughey, but he has a legitimate chance to get in there. Whether he will do it or not, I do not know.
I think he can have some political leverage to make his charity that much more prominent.
Oh, yeah.
So that's cool.
Yeah, definitely. All right. I'm sure you heard about this by now, but Michael Strahan's going to space next month. We have a clip from him in just a second here. Strahan, who turned 50 on Sunday, by the way, will join Laura Shepard Churchley, the eldest daughter of astronaut Alan Shepard, the first American in space.
Nice.
On December 9th mission aboard the New Shepard, which the spacecraft was named after her father, the first American in space. The Blue Origin flight, the company, of course, headed by Jeff Bezos, will also carry 4 paying customers and will be the third by the New Shepard craft this year to shuttle humans to space. Blue Origin has not disclosed the ticket price.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see
paying
what it takes
customers.
to buy in on that trip.
By the way, the 10-minute flight, 5 minutes less than Alan Shepard's 1961 Mercury flight, will launch from West Texas carrying 6 people, 2 more than the previous 2 flights this year with humans aboard. So we have that clip?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. In less than 3 weeks, on December 9th, I will be blasting off in the next Blue Origin space launch. There you go. Going to space.
You're a brave man, Michael. And I know you've already been preparing for this.
Yeah, I have been preparing for this.
Similar to
I've been sitting down.
previous Johns, Strahan's flight is likely to include about 3 minutes of weightlessness and a view of the curvature of the Earth. Passengers are subjected to nearly 6 Gs, or 6 times the force of Earth's gravity, as the capsule descends.
It's cool. I wonder if he's, I assume ABC could have ponied up the money, or maybe he was just comped. But
Good
you know,
question.
Yeah.
Good question.
Because
it doesn't seem like he's quite a big enough name. You know what I mean? Like they've gone with legendary names like William Shatner, and that makes sense. But Michael Strahan, I'll bet you they.
I don't
paid
know,
for
man.
him.
He is the all-time sack leader in the NFL.
That'll do it.
But
I know Terry Bradshaw is going up with Elon Musk, so that'll be great.
He had a long story career in the largest, football market in the country. He works for Good Morning America. He does Fox NFL. Listen, he is, I think a bigger name. I actually had a long conversation with my wife about Michael Strahan before this announcement even happened on Sunday, just because he's been hustling for a long while now doing, the Good Morning America stuff. And but what I wanted to say was, yes, ABC, between ABC and Fox, like the amount of exposure this is going to get, I wouldn't be surprised if it was free, because they're going to get the exposure, which is, way larger than the price tag for this thing.
They're not looking. Yeah, it's possible, but they're already getting a ton of press. It's not like that they're that they're hurting or they're trying to sell tickets. There are apparently a lot of people in line who have already purchased flights on. So it won't hurt, but we'll see.
He's heading up. Jennifer Lawrence told Vanity Fair that she was happy with her deal for Netflix's new movie, Don't Look Up, after being asked about the pay gap between her and her co-star Leonardo DiCaprio. Lawrence and DiCaprio both star in the upcoming movie as astronomers who try to warn the planet of a deadly comet heading to Earth. In August, Variety revealed in its annual report of Hollywood actors' salaries that Lawrence was being paid $5 million less than Leonardo DiCaprio, despite the fact that she was top of the call sheet. She told Vanity Fair of the pay disparity, "Look, Leo brings in more box office than I do. I'm extremely fortunate and happy with my deal." So she's being straight up about it. I said, but in other situations, what I've seen, and I'm sure other women in the workforce have seen as well, is that it's extremely uncomfortable to inquire about equal pay. And if you do question something that appears unequal, you're told it's not gender disparity, but they can't tell you what it exactly is. Lawrence had explained earlier in the interview that she fought to get top billing, the first name on the credits for the movie. She said, "I was number one on the call sheet, and she said, and I thought the credits should reflect that. Leo was very gracious about it. I think we had something called a Laverne and Shirley, which is this billing they invented where it's an equal billing, but I guess maybe somewhere down the line I kicked the stone further, like, what if it wasn't equal?" She then pointed to Scarlett Johansson's lawsuit battle with Disney over her pay from Black Widow as an example of women owning their worth. She said, "I thought it was extremely brave. If two parties understand how a movie is going to be released, and then it turns out that one of the parties did not agree to that, it's unfair." She was also crowning. She was giving birth. So,
Okay, well, there you go.
Go ahead.
I saw some figures bandied about that say he got, now this is amazing if it's true, he got $30 million and she got $25 million. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
$30 million and $25 million.
Wow. That's a massive
That's a
pay.
massive amount of pay.
Don't Look Up, by the way, will be in select theaters starting December 10th, and then it hits Netflix on December 24th, and our buddy Adam McKay is the man behind all of that.
Do you know why I might believe that, Preston? Because it bakes into, because it's going to be premiering on Netflix, you don't get points towards box office.
Yeah,
right?
Don't know.
So maybe they sort of bake it into it already.
Could be.
Hoping for it. Interesting.
So this is sad news. A guy whose name you probably don't know, Lou Cutell, or Cutell, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but Casey, you'll find this most interesting. He played the proctologist known as Ass Man on a 1995 episode of Seinfeld, and the Mohawk sporting Amazing Larry in the 1985 film Pee-wee's Big Adventure, and he passed away. He was 91 years old. Yeah. Why'd you play that? Oh, his name is Lou.
Yeah.
There's that scene in in Pee-wee's Big Adventure when he goes, "Do you have something to add, Amazing Larry?"
Amazing Larry!
Cutell died Sunday. Paul Rubens, Pee Wee Herman himself, reported it on Twitter. He called him a sweet, caring, and unassuming, slyly wicked, funny man, and said that he got to visit him recently. No other details of his death were immediately available. But he's one of those guys who's been in tons of stuff throughout the years. In fact, Steve, you'll like this. He portrayed a doctor who aims to bring all of the women on Earth to Mars in Frankenstein Meets the Space Monster.
Yes, yeah.
1965, routinely ranked as one of the worst movies ever made.
It's a masterpiece. It's horrible.
However,
in all the right ways.
He appeared in several respectable films like Little Big Man, The World's Greatest Lover, Foul Play, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and even Wedding Crashers. On the sixth season of Seinfeld, an episode called The Fusilli Jerry, he played Dr. Howard Cooperman, and his vanity license plate, which read Ass Man, were mistakenly given to Kramer at the Department of Motor Vehicles.
So great.
He appeared on dozens of other shows, from My Three Sons, The Wild Wild West, to Mary Tyler Moore Show, Starsky and Hutch, Lou Grant, Alice, The Golden Girls, The Wonder Years, and Grey's Anatomy, where he made his final on-screen appearance in 2015.
So Seinfeld is now, it's on Netflix, and it's now turning into my go-to-sleep show that I turn on, which is, it's a perfect thing. Like, you just, you know
You've
what,
already
you
seen
like
the
it.
episodes.
You've already seen
Yep.
the episodes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. In an interview with Esquire, Sandra Bullock recalled a sweet memory with Speed co-star Keanu Reeves.
That's Kathy's favorite film.
Following a conversation.
I hate both of them and the movie.
Wait, you hate Keanu Reeves?
Oh
She
my
does.
God, he's the worst actor
Yeah, she
in
doesn't like him.
Hollywood.
He's John Wick.
But he's
terrible.
like the
Awesome.
nicest person ever.
I'm sure he's great.
He was
he
in
should just maybe
Dogstar.
choose a different career.
Following a conversation on set about champagne and truffles, during which Bullock said she hadn't tried them, Reeves showed up to her doorstep a few days later with the goodies in hand. He reportedly said, "I just thought you might want to try champagne and truffles
Have you ever loved?
to see what it's like." Bullock was painting her nails when Reeves showed up at the door. She ended up painting his nails with black nail polish that night as well, the same color as hers. She said that Reeves is a listener, but she claims that they never dated. She told Esquire, "Keanu is a guy who I feel like is friends with every woman he's ever dated. I don't think there's anyone who has something horrible to say about him.
Kathy.
So maybe we," he said, "so maybe we could," she said, "so maybe we could have survived. I don't know." But she said they never dated. I bet they did.
Women
a
do
little
love
bit.
Keanu. Winona Ryder is a massive fan, and she still claims that they had an actual wedding ceremony performed on the set of Bram Stoker's Dracula, which Francis Ford Coppola directed, and they were actually using a Latvian priest or something like that, and they actually did the ritual. So she claims, tongue in cheek, that they are married.
If he, Point Break alone.
Yeah.
Is enough for me to make him an immortal in my mind.
Yes, and The Matrix. Look at all the stuff he's attached to.
Matrix.
Bill and Ted's.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Come on.
Yeah.
All Oscar caliber performances.
Well, I don't know about that.
All right,
They're
maybe not.
great.
Please.
According to Page Six, Pete Davidson and Kim Kardashian went out to dinner together at Giorgi Baldi in Santa Monica on Sunday, and a photo of the date obtained by the Daily Mail. Davidson can be seen with a large hickey on his neck.
It's true. I saw the picture.
Well, we know she knows how to suck.
Yes.
We do know that. We've seen evidence of that. The pair were also seen holding hands and giggling together. So there's that.
What's the over under on this relationship? Like the length of time?
Less than a year.
I'm going to say Q1.
Q1. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we should let's pick dates. Maybe take some bets.
Yeah, I'd say right about time spring rolls around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you guys are right.
Yeah. Because this is going to be fun for the holidays.
Yes.
Somebody drag around, and then she casts him into the bin.
Yes, I'll say the vernal equinox.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
Wow.
That's
Gonna write that down.
That's
I think
whatever the date is next year. That's the day it's over.
Steve, you want to pick a date?
I'm going to pick, I'm going to bring it up earlier. I'm going to say January 15th.
Ooh. All right.
Oh, wow. You're going
Okay.
really early.
I am going to go a little bit longer.
I got to write these down. Hang on.
Because I think the fact that he's been working is, they don't have to spend as much time together. But once they break for the summer at SNL, then he's going to be around a little bit longer.
And
And that's when it's going to be like, I don't think this is going to work anymore.
okay.
I don't know. Yeah, we'll see.
I
All
hope.
right.
I really do hope it works out for them.
Our bets are in. You really do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
Okay.
So you're saying end of SNL season, like Mayish?
No.
God, I hope it works.
Yeah. June.
June. All right. Kathy?
June to July.
You're such a romantic.
I hope it works.
I know.
Nick, I'm going May 15th.
May 15. Oh,
Marissa, do you want to weigh in? Pete Davidson and Kim Kardashian when it'll end? Or do you think they're going to go the distance?
What's the distance?
Till death do they part.
Yeah, I think right around. I almost want to say Christmas.
Christmas
this year.
All right.
Oh, you're
So,
going real early.
all right.
All right.
Yeah, you're going
Marissa's going Price is Right style.
right
Yeah.
without going over. So if you guys have gone over, you don't get to own them.
I don't think so. I think he's going to hang on until she buys him a car, at
Yeah,
least.
yeah, and then
for
it'll be after
for
the car.
Christmas.
All right. So I'm going to say they're going to make it through Valentine's Day and then shortly thereafter. So I'm
Okay.
going to go like February 27th.
All right, we'll check back
All
on
right.
those.
We're
When it
looking
ends,
at a picture of them together, Preston. It looks like she's wearing a garbage bag.
it does. Yep.
No,
Her
that's
dress-
Pete Davidson.
Her dress looks like a garbage bag. All right, I have a lot of news from the world of The Bachelor. to
Oh, my
share.
God!
I have like several stories that I have
That's
to get
my
to.
favorite show that I don't watch.
We'll start with The Bachelorette. After her split with Blake Moynihan's last month, the former Bachelorette star Katie Thurston is now seeing contestant John Hersey.
It's almost like they're just dating randomly.
Thurston-
Like one would date in like going to bars. The show doesn't work.
Thurston revealed the relationship on Tuesday when she dedicated Taylor Swift's Begin Again song to Hershey as part of her 12 Days of Messy challenge. What the F is that? The hell is that? It's in quotations, 12 Days of Messy.
I heard Hershey.
How's messy spelled?
Messy. Is this
Okay.
something they made up, these two made up, or is this a thing? Is this yet another thing that I don't know about?
The Messy Challenge.
Well, she
No,
comes
it's
up right
12
away.
Days of Messy. Oh, yeah, it's a challenge. All right, 12 Days of Messy challenge.
Yeah, so it's something that I think she invented, Preston.
Uh,
So day
like,
11 is
like Jonas Salk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
she-
like ranch dressing on pizza.
right.
Hey,
You didn't invent it.
I didn't invent it.
Okay.
Day 11, for example, is State of Grace.
Oh, we're moving on.
All right.
We're moving on.
Jesus
All right.
Christ.
Entertainment Weekly reports that Bachelor in Paradise stars Astrid Locke and Kevin Wendt welcome their first baby in the world, Steve.
Yay! It's so magical. It always works, The Bachelor.
But Bachelor in Paradise is a totally different thing,
It's
right?
a different thing.
Is it? Do they narrow it? Is there one Bachelor?
There's
and
a
then,
ton of bachelors.
I don't know how it works.
I don't.
On Instagram
They may
Sunday,
have changed it.
Locke posted a photo of their baby, who was born the day prior, along with the caption, "My whole world."
I'll tell you what, the douchiest activity is Bachelor in Paradise.
Okay.
That's where you get the most swagger.
All right. Well, they had a baby.
All
and they're-
right.
And they're from
Look at
Bachelor
that.
in Paradise. And then the last one, Variety reports that Colton Underwood's new Netflix special titled Coming Out Colton is set to launch on December 3rd.
I could not be more excited.
Yeah.
Underwood, a former football player and former star of The Bachelor, came out as gay on Good Morning America in April. Have we forgotten about that? That The
yeah.
Bachelor was gay? That he played that
That's right.
game the whole time?
Right.
Oh, man.
And he's going up in the with Strahan.
Is he going up into
Yeah,
the
yeah.
space? Now, they gave him a free ticket.
Yeah, they gave him a
right?
free ticket.
No, he's not. Okay. All right. Let's see. Tuesday, Universal Studios released a 5-minute prologue to Jurassic World Dominion.
Did anybody watch it?
I did. Did you?
No, I did not.
So it starts off looking like a documentary. Like it looks
Right.
like dinosaur footage from 65 million years ago.
Dino DNA.
You know why I watched it? Because the music was done by Michael Giacchino.
Oh,
so
okay.
he scores this whole. It's a prologue, and it's Steve. It's like 3 minutes of just nature, dinosaur footage, right?
Right.
Computerized dinosaur footage, and then it cuts to the present day, and a T-Rex is rampaging through a drive-through movie theater.
Yes, and that's what it features and mentions in this story. So the new film will feature familiar faces, including Chris Pratt, Bryce Dallas Howard, Laura Dern, Jeff Goldblum, and Sam Neill.
Well, at the end of the last one, which really I thought was okay, we need to reconsider how many more of these we need. They had been let loose into modern society. They're on the continental United States, and there was a whole bunch of them that were just let loose.
Okay.
And so I guess that's what the new one is going to focus in on.
All right. Let's see what else. James Vanderbeek and his wife Kimberly welcomed their 6th baby. Man, oh man, they're cranking them out.
Yeah, and she just had a miscarriage a while ago.
People reports the Dawson's Creek actor and his wife experienced 2 pregnancy losses before welcoming their newest miracle, Jeremiah.
Big, beautiful family.
Into the world. So that's number 6 for them. Wow, that's crazy. Matt Damon is teaming up with environmental engineer Gary White to write a book on access to clean water.
Okay.
Matt Damon.
The Worth of Water will be published by the Penguin Random House imprint portfolio on March 1st, featuring blurbs from former President Bill Clinton. He's going to be blurbing.
Yeah.
And Nobel Peace Prize
I prefer
winner.
to be blurbed.
You like to be blurbed? And Nobel Peace Prize winner Muhammad Yunus. Damon and White met at a Clinton Global Initiative gathering in 2008, and together they founded the nonprofits Water.org and Water Equality. It's a great cause.
Yes.
He said, we were excited to have written this book together and can't wait to share the story of what happens when a movie actor and a civil engineer team up and try to take on the global water crisis. Damon has been adamant about addressing the need for water sanitation since visiting Zambia in 2006. Is that next to Zamunda?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't sure.
All the Z countries.
Right.
Zaire's right around there.
I think he actually recently purchased a home in Australia in that trendy Bay Area. I forget what the name is, but they're all moving there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's one of the converts.
Okay.
I think he's living near Chris Hemsworth.
Wow.
Imagine you're on the beach and Chris Hemsworth and Matt Damon are walking along.
Be pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. So it's kind of like Friday.
Yes.
So we're going to mention the movies coming out. Here we go. Opening today, our House of Gucci, and I think it's opening today. Is
Yes.
it today? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a crime drama, stars Lady Gaga, Adam Driver, Jared Leto. House of Gucci is inspired by the shocking true story of the family behind the Italian fashion empire when Patrizia Reggiani, an outsider from humble beginnings, marries into the Gucci family. Her unbridled ambition begins to unravel the family legacy and triggers a reckless spiral of betrayal, decadence, revenge, and ultimately murder. 2 hours, 37 minutes long. Wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score is 66%. That's kind of so-so.
They are raving about her performance, though, Lady Gaga.
She was so great in A Star is Born.
She was excellent.
I am all on board for her. Also opening this weekend is Encanto. Animation comedy fantasy starring Stephanie Beatriz, Diane Guerrero, and John Leguizamo. The Madrigals are an extraordinary family who live hidden in the mountains of Colombia in a charmed place called the Encanto. The magic of the Encanto has blessed every child in the family with a unique gift. Every child except Mirabelle. However, she soon may be the Madrigal's last hope when she discovers that the magic surrounding the Encanto is now in danger. Hour and 39 minutes long. It's rated PG and opens in a wide release in theaters. And Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 93%.
Nice.
So an excellent score.
It looks, just the animation looks very lush. It looks very interesting. So, I'll check it out.
Check it out. Now we got the clips. Clint Barton must confront his past actions as Ronin, but he'll have some help along the way in Hawkeye. And here Jeremy Renner talks about how the Avenger has grown over time.
I think it was when we landed on the family unit in Age of Ultron. And that's where it really started to make a lot more sense to me, and that's where we're at now. It became ultimately what his superpower is or represents, is the strength of that family unit and the tenacity and fortitude that comes with that.
First 2 episodes of Hawkeye are streaming on Disney Plus right now, so have at it.
And the word is on this that it has a nice progression, builds a little bit slowly, and then starts to take off.
Here's the next clip. Licorice Pizza is a coming-of-age comedy set during the gas crisis in the 1970s as 2 teens balance making a quick buck with their own personal relationships. In this clip, Alana Hayam discusses spending time on the set and of a hangout film. Here we go.
I mean, it was just fun. I mean, we were at a pinball palace for most of it. We were at a waterbed store for a lot of it. The cast and crew, we all knew each other basically before we had gotten onto set. So it was like a big family reunion or summer camp. It really did feel that way.
I don't think I want to see it.
Licorice Pizza will show in limited release starting November 26th before releasing nationwide on December 25th. And that's it. That's
there you go.
Entertainment Report.
Feels like a Friday.
We head into a holiday, exactly. And we want to keep that Friday vibe going. We are going to go on Fox Good Day this morning. We have a secret text word today, a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to see Genesis on Thursday, December 2nd at the Wells Fargo Center. So text word secret to 39333. And today, we're spending a good amount of time talking about and with Pierre Robert.
Yes.
40 years at this radio station, celebrating the anniversary this weekend. And so we're going to have a Pierre's Producers panel this morning with all the producers that we know that have worked with Pierre.
Sure, many stories.
and the man himself and some special things. We're also going to talk turkey because we have Thanksgiving, obviously, tomorrow. And when we return, a culinary segment featuring Chef Jen Carroll, who is going to run this workshop that you may be interested in. So
excellent.
We'll come back in a moment. We got a lot to get to this morning. Make sure you stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 W. Has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't gonna cut it.
Because the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot, I won't go into all that.
No, that's more. I won't go into all that. That's the religious part that bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
sounds
this
like you're at an air show. He's a preacher.
He's
a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Mm-hmm.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
there's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
Or
whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's thinking, okay, how can I
tie this back into what's my spiel?
Yeah.
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Yeah, good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's praying over the corrosion.
Corrosion,
in his
he's
air.
praying over it, yeah.
Okay. All right, so instead of, Going out
and then
earning money.
I decided to return my faith to its upright position. Because the Lord's beverage cart had been stolen. Because we were coming in for a landing.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me,
Okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
the Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talk. And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. What? Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're
an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. This is your thing. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
And listen to the people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the.
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had.
Previous
come in a
owner
hard
could have
time.
gone down in a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just went, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it. You know?
I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. And it felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good.
I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there? Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah.
To pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are
one,
you out of your mind?
right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over and praised God and laid hands on that and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded.
Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
I said, maybe the x-rays
Oh, my God.
are wrong.
If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, it's there on my back. I just made back.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. Take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That
No.
would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh, my
you know
God.
what I mean? So there's a
fail-safe.
a built-in
Yeah.
fail-safe.
So we laid hands on it again and it's gone.
You're buying this. Yeah. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedure.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes. Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that,
too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you,
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. For ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah, that's how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him, don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah.
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not this kid walking along. That you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean?
I could see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred at, Northeast, and ma'am to me was...
So here we are on Turkey Eve.
I love it.
I do, too.
So excited.
I am, too. I have, my wife and I made our meal plan. Yesterday, we sat down, we made a list of things, and what we did as well is we wrote down, okay, what can we make the day before?
Yes.
What's going to go in the oven first? And so that having this all come out at the same time.
Plan of attack.
Is very, very important.
Give me that list.
I'll work on that for you. But I love Thanksgiving's my day, and I love the cooking part of it. I think it's so much fun to me.
What time are you up in the morning?
Not crazy early, but we'll get started, well, you figure the bird's got about 3.5 hours to go in, and then it can sit for like 45 minutes or something like that.
So you wake up on Thanksgiving morning, you take the turkey out of the freezer.
Yeah, that's what you do. No, we're going to find out things like that you don't do with our next guest. She is a cast member of the show Top Chef on Bravo. She owns Spice, Finch, in Rittenhouse Square. Please welcome, and by the way, she has a workshop that begins today. Oh. We have Chef Jen Carroll that is joining us. Hi, Jen. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Happy Turkey Eve.
Yeah, same to you. I love. This is my favorite holiday of the year. Now, from a restaurateur, how do you feel about Thanksgiving?
I love Thanksgiving. I'm used to cooking, and I typically cook all of Thanksgiving myself. I've done Thanksgiving in the restaurant for hundreds of people, which is great, but it's also really hard on the staff. And so usually I would do a big turkey dinner afterwards for the entire staff. But I love being at home with friends and family and being able to watch football and just relaxing and cooking at my own pace instead of, making adjustments to whatever.
I think from a basic level, and I think this is we were talking about it like hamburgers a couple days ago. This is a standard meal, but there are still ways to prepare it in an optimum condition. Like there are things, everyone has an opinion about stuffing, or everyone has an opinion about what you do with the turkey. And so there's always something to learn. You'd think at this point, okay, everyone's got it down, but there are ways to do it that might enhance your meal experience, right?
Oh, absolutely. And now, there's the big debate. I think everybody has heard about brining these days, about brining your turkey. And everybody kind of knows about wet brining, whether you've done it or not. But there is a whole new technique out there that everybody's starting to do of the dry brine turkey.
Shut your mouth. I've never heard of this.
Dry brine?
Right.
Never heard of that.
We can't let you guys get one thing and grasp on one thing and that's it. We got to keep changing it up. So for me, I'm still a fan of the wet brine, but the dry brine, especially if you didn't do the wet brine yet on today, Turkey Eve, you're going to go with the dry brine. And so with that, you're going to take all of your same spices that you would put in a wet brine, grind them up, and then have your salt and completely rub it. Almost like if you were doing a brisket or a set of ribs or something.
Yeah, it's like a dry
like
rub.
that.
Okay. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And you're doing it on the outside, the inside, and you're getting that turkey completely coated because you're still getting the same type of reaction with the salt and the muscles of the turkey. It's breaking down. It's osmosis. I'll do a little food nerding out here. Yeah. And your muscle won't be able to contract and push that moisture out. So it'll still help retain that moisture and still get juicy.
Nice.
Okay, so here's what I want people to be aware of as you're sharing these tips. But you're doing this turkey workshop. It's an online thing. It's a 3-day experience. And in fact, did it start yesterday? Yeah, it started yesterday. And that was the brining, right?
Yeah, we did the brining last night. And if you missed it, you can still sign up and go back and watch it.
Okay, it's not too late. I may last minute do this because this year we're in a different location, and normally the past 3 or 4 years we brine the turkey and we've done it in the liquid, but I might have time to get home and do a dry brine. Right? How long do you need to let it sit for to get the effects of it?
12 to 24 hours. So Preston, get home, dry brine it, and then tomorrow morning, you said you weren't getting up too crazy early, but make sure you get up early enough to pull that turkey out to get it up to room temperature so it cooks evenly.
Yes.
Right?
All right, so that's cool.
Real quick, I'm sorry to jump in, but as far as the online workshop, how do people access that? Let's get that out in the open right now so people can get on board for that.
Yes, please head over to my Instagram at Chef Jen Carroll. Click the link in my bio, and you can sign up for that turkey workshop. We'll send you an email to warn you when we're coming on. But do that, and I'll see you there. And it's free, everybody.
Yes.
It's a free turkey workshop.
Okay.
So, Chef Jen, my mom's a pretty good cook, and what she likes to do every year for the turkey is take 3 or 4 strips of bacon and just lay it across the top of the turkey, and the salt and the bacon fat sort of melts down, like it uses osmosis or whatever. Have you ever heard of that? Do you approve, disapprove?
I 1000% approve of that because I do something similar, like adding extra fat and flavor is something delicious and makes it better. I do a compound butter and I put it underneath the skin, but you're doing the same thing. You're getting the crispy of the bacon instead of the crispy of the skin, and you're adding flavor and fat and keeping it juicy and moist.
All right, so let me ask you, as someone who knows your way around a turkey, are you which do you prefer? Which would you prefer in a perfect scenario, a deep fried turkey or a well brined turkey?
I like the well brined turkey. I've only done the deep fried turkey twice in my life. It does go faster, but I like the traditional roasting of the bird.
Okay.
This is also complicated. Me and my mom are just focusing on turning the oven on.
Okay.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So can you speak to people like Kathy? Can you talk down to their level?
Oh, yeah, and be aware that she tried to cook the turkey last year in the dryer. So.
Well, I got a question. Do you trust the turkey before you brine it?
No.
No? Okay. Okay.
No, not before. Like tonight, we're actually going to be trussing the turkey. So we brined it last night. We're going to do the compound butter and the trussing tonight. Tomorrow is cooking. So getting your prep list and organized in advance, and definitely turning the oven on, making sure it's not frozen, and getting those giblets out, the turkey neck out. Take all that stuff out that's inside the bird.
Jen, it seems like I remember when I was a kid and not active in the kitchen and cooking, it would seem to me when my mom would make the turkey that it was like an all-day event that it stayed in the oven for like 6 or 8 hours.
Yeah.
But really, it's about 3 hours. What's your take on low and slow or temperature? And I know the rule of thumb is, somewhere in 325 degrees and 15 minutes per pound or something like that. That's the guide that I've used. But what are the different ways to do it? What do you recommend?
What I recommend is I start the bird high. I go in at 425. I get that outside almost sear on the outside, getting the skin starting to get crispy. The everything starts working. And then after 30 minutes, I turn that oven down to 325 and then cook it slow the rest of the way. So I start high, end low, and it is perfectly cooked every single time.
And you go with the 15 minutes per pound ratio?
Yeah, I was going to say about 12 minutes per pound is more what I do. And I check my bird with a thermometer. Like I use that. So use it, pull in it and pull it out early. Pull it out at 150, 155.
Okay, because it's still cooking a bit as it goes along.
Correct.
All right, what's your take on, because I've had these things in years past, sometimes, when you get a store-bought turkey, frozen turkey, it's got the little thermometer in it. It's got the turkey is done thing. Those things are a bunch of crap, right?
Turkey boner.
Yeah, I don't use that. I don't use that. I use my own thermometer that I stick in, and I use my eyes. I use my eyes to see what's going on with the bird. Look for those juices coming out. Are they white or are they pink? You want them white.
And you said 155. Where are you taking the temperature on the bird?
You're taking the temperature in the thigh. I'm like, this is not my thigh, but it's my armpit. You want to put it into the thickest part of the thigh where the joint is meeting up into the breast. So you get the bone meat ratio. It's where there is the most chance of it being underdone.
That's interesting. I would not have thought that, but that makes the most sense because you're getting across the different various textures of the bird with one temperature. There you go.
The death trap though is the dry bird. You cooked it. It's dry. It doesn't have any of the moisture. How do we avoid that?
You avoid it by brining it. You avoid it by doing all these steps that I'm talking about. You avoid it by learning at my turkey workshop. But you avoid it by checking the temperature, basting it, and pulling it out on time. And do not leave it in the oven like our moms used to do for 6 hours. Because my mom, I think, did the same thing. I'd be like, "When is dinner ready?" And it'd be like, hours and hours and hours of this turkey cooking.
Hey, I wanted to get your take on this. Is a personal technique that I use, Jennifer, and I had shown it to Casey, and he has taken several years ago. I started doing this, and I had seen it I forgot where. I saw a chef demonstrating this. I'm like, that is a great idea. Of when carving the turkey, removing the entire breast and cutting crosswise to get a more tender cut because you're going against the grain when you cut it that way. Is that how you like to serve turkey breast?
Absolutely. I take the breast off completely and I completely cut it across the grain. I cut it crosswise. I do that with any protein. I do it with turkey, chicken, steak, anything you want to cut across the grain to get a more tender cut. And yes, I take it off. It's a lot easier. It's a lot messier. I feel like when people are cutting it off the bird this way, you're also only getting like the outside layer. And so as you get closer in, you're getting a little bit more flavor when it's next to the bone. You're missing that if you get that outside piece.
All right. Also, I'm curious about your workshop because day one was brining, which you can watch again if you'd like to. And this is free, mind you, eatccc.com for those who want to get on board. Today is buttering and trussing. And then tomorrow's class is cooking. Is there going to be carving in there anywhere? Because aside from removing the breast, once you get over into the leg and thigh, it gets really messy in my world when I try to pull that apart.
I'm not doing carving because I'm going to be eating unless everybody wants to spend the whole day with me, which would probably be entertaining, but maybe a little boring. Entertaining if I have my sister carving, I think.
Oh, really? Okay, nice. What's your favorite part of the bird?
I like the thigh. That's my favorite part. But I also like the little secret chef snack. I like the oyster, which there's only 2 of on the underside of the bird, and it is the juiciest little tender piece of meat on the bird. And I typically eat both of them if I'm in the kitchen by myself.
I tell you what, man, when I roasted chicken, or even getting like a rotisserie chicken, if you go on the backside of the bird, there's these little scoops of meat that are the yummiest, tender pieces of meat.
Are they dark meat?
Yeah, they're dark meat.
See, I don't like the dark meat.
Oh, man, they're full of flavor.
Yeah.
There's so much flavor.
Is that what she's talking about, or it's different?
I'm guessing. I'm not really sure, Jen.
So the oyster is right underneath on the very bottom of the bird.
Ass, right?
So there's 2 pieces on each side, and they look like little nuggets, kind of. They're little round balls. And then it's also really juicy in the back by the wishbone, at the top of the neck. There are also really juicy meat right there too.
Nice.
So they're the 4 little hiding spots of the secret meat.
I never would have thought of that. Yeah, wow.
So I'm all about the stuffing, and my wife and I, we differ on what we prefer. She likes just a regular stovetop stuffing. I prefer cooked in the bird stuffing. I don't know if you have a preference.
All right. So I'm not going to recommend for anybody to cook the stuffing in the bird because I'm afraid too many people are going to do it wrong and get sick. But I stuff my bird with stuffing. I have my mom's stuffing recipe, which I just taught to everybody. That's up on Crowdcast too. You can see that class. But I make homemade stuffing. I stuff it in the bird, but I also make enough to put it in a sheet pan, and I get it super crispy on top and have enough for sandwiches the next day.
Yum. Okay. Speaking of the bird cavity and stuffing, for those who have never cooked a bird before, there are giblets in there. I've had it before where I'm like, I dug around. I'm like, I can't find them. They're not in here. Sometimes they shove them way down in there, even in the neck. And
yes,
but keep digging until you find there's the last thing you want to do is cook them with their.
I bought a giblet-free bird.
Really?
Yeah. Well, when I picked my bird up yesterday, they asked me if I wanted the giblets or not, and I said no.
There you go.
Okay.
Good
So you're saying don't if you've purchased. I'm a neophyte to this stuff, but if you've purchased a commercial like a Butterball turkey, there are giblets in there, even if you think there aren't. Okay.
Correct.
All right.
And like you're saying, seriously, get your arm in there and find it because they are in there. My friend last year, I'm like, find the turkey neck. She found the liver. She found the heart. She got them out. She's like, there's no turkey neck. And I'm like, it's in there. And at the end of cooking, she takes a picture of it. She's like, is this what you were talking about?
Yeah.
I'm like, I sure was.
That stuff's in there. You got to go digging for it.
I want to go back to the stuffing thing because, Jen, I'm cooking the bird and the stuffing for the first time in my life ever. And I'm like super duper nervous.
Big pressure.
So Well, there is. And I got a stuffing recipe from my friend Steve Wilson, and I feel like I bought the wrong cubes because I want to stuff the bird with this. I bought the cubes that are already...
Are they Rubik's cubes?
Bread cubes?
Bread cubes,
Okay.
yeah. They are already spiced up or whatever, and they're crunchy. And he says when I put the...
Sounds like croutons.
It's essentially that, but it is stuffing cubes. But he did say when I put the vegetable or the chicken stock on it, it will soften them up. It is. And can I do that and still stuff the bird with them?
Yes, 1000%. So, I mean, think about stovetop stuffing. That's all completely dry, right? You get that in a box, it's dry crackers, and you can make croutons, bread pudding, you use old bread. So having that stuffing, as long as you're adding moisture to it and rehydrating it so it's not dry. And then you'll have, if you're stuffing the bird, you'll have the extra juices from the bird coming down and helping flavor that and get it moister too. So I would say cream, melted butter, get it in there besides just chicken stock because you want that fat to add the flavor, and massage it in, get that bread nice and juicy and wet, and then stuff it in there.
Jen, if you're not putting a classic stuffing in the cavity, what do you like to put in there to add flavor to the bird?
If you're not doing that, I like to add in a couple cloves of garlic. I like to add in some sort of citrus, whether it's an orange, a lemon, a lime. I add celery and onion, and a couple little like herbs, so it would mirror the compound butter that I have. So I do like parsley and rosemary in it. So whatever you like, just some sort of aromatic to really help flavor the meat as it's cooking, and also it will make your house smell even better.
Yes.
Where do you put that? Because I have a recipe for aromatics as well. Where am I putting the aromatics?
In the cavity where you just removed you're putting stuffing in there, so you're good.
Yeah, you
so
won't
you
need
don't
to put
need
Look at that.
I spent all that money on cinnamon sticks and
And Glade air freshener.
and water and make it incense.
Just put those in the bathroom.
Yeah, just stick a Glade plug-in into the breast.
Well, if you're going to make Marissa's cranberry sauce, you could throw those cinnamon sticks in there for a minute or two and let those so get some use out of them. Yeah.
Do you know, Chef Jen, the thing here that is interesting is that for most people, this is the world you live in. So you're constantly being judged by the food that you're cooking, and you're for what you do. That this is your everyday experience. For a lot of people, like Casey, the pressure that he has right now, he is basically a chef. And people in their homes are setting up their own restaurants, and they're mortified of being judged for their inability to cook. So if you were to pick one major issue that could be corrected instantly if people just took your advice, what would it be for that person who's preparing the meal for the first time tomorrow?
One tip to not fail:
Yes.
be organized. Make your list.
Make your list.
That will allow you not to fail.
All right.
I have so many tips, but make a list and follow it.
Okay, so
Follow
Preston, you were talking about making a list and having so that everything comes out at the appropriate time.
Yeah.
All right.
If you're organized and you have your prep ready to go, and if you can do stuff the day before, it's going to save you so much heartache on that particular day.
What do they say? Those who fail to plan.
Plan to
good
fail.
skies in the back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Red skies in the back.
Use a timer, Casey. Use a timer. Turn the bird halfway through so it's getting even cooking and even browning throughout. If it's starting to get too brown, skin's starting to get too brown, throw a tinfoil tent over it so it doesn't burn.
Okay.
So many things.
When you say turn the bird, do you mean like actually flip it in the pan, or are you saying like clockwise turn the whole pan?
Point
in the
it
oven?
towards Mecca.
Good question. Clockwise, turn the whole pan. So if you have the feet in first, or if you have the left side of the breast in first, you want to turn it 180 so the neck is facing to the back, or the right side is facing to the back.
I
Great
have done the upside down bird before. I've done all different. Each year we try to go like we did a turducken one year. I try to do all kinds of different things. We did a goose.
The beer can thing. Remember that for a while?
Beer can chicken. Yeah, you can do that. But I did the upside down thing, so the juices go down and into the breast. But you know what happens? The weight of that bird kind of smushes it down a little bit, and its presentation, it doesn't look that good when it's done. So we only did it the one time. But there's a bunch of different ways you can cook turkey.
Exactly. Like the upside down is great. If you're not doing the whole big bird presentation, you can completely break it down. So you're cooking the breast and the legs and the thighs and the wings, everything separate, or in separate pans. So you can pull the breast out early. There's lots of different ways that you can do the bird. It's all how you want it to come out on your table at the end, what you want it to look like. And the most important, no dry turkey.
No dry turkey.
And there's no dry turkey.
Stop it
All
with the dry turkey.
Last question about the brine, because I bought a 5-gallon bucket with a lid, and I was going to brine the turkey in the bucket. If I have the lid on it, because it says to keep it cold, can I put that outside and have that sort of keep it cold overnight?
Yes, so it's freezing right now here in Philly. So as long as the temperature outside is below 42 degrees, you are good to put it outside. That is a great room saver. Just make sure that the lid is on tight so no raccoons or animals
That's what
get
I was
into
gonna say.
it.
Dude. Yeah. Where's my turkey?
Chef Jen, a few years ago, we tried a turducken, and it was an interesting experiment. I enjoyed it, but it seemed to me to be not worth it. Have you ever tried that and had success with it?
I'm like, I haven't done that. I've done a turducken in a different way. I had a turducken challenge based on Top Chef that I won, but I did it with seafood. So that's a completely whole other
What'd you
thing.
put a goldfish and an angelfish and a lobster and ending up with a whale shark?
Exactly. That's what I did.
To that point with the turducken and other options for the non-meat eaters, if you were to pick a preference as far as a vegetarian or vegan option, what would you go with?
I would go with a big head of cauliflower or a head of broccoli and get those same spices around and get that roasting in the oven so it gets nice and crispy golden brown on the outside, and stuff it with the same herbs. Go the same flavor profile so your vegetarian or vegan feels like they're eating the same thing. But there's so many things you can do. There's so many different plant-based meats and proteins out there that you can use, or just go all veg.
Yeah.
Everybody gets scared about vegetables. You can do the same thing with a vegetable that you can with any piece of meat or any fish. You can roast it, grill it, smoke it, anything, steam it, mash it.
Stick it in a
There's
stew.
1,000 things you can do.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, listen, we want to remind everyone that Chef Jennifer Carroll has this free turkey workshop and Q&A, and you can get the first episode. It's a 3-day event. Yesterday was the first day.
It's awesome.
Today is the second one, which is going to handle buttering and trussing, and then tomorrow's the classes cooking. So you can check this out at eatccc.com and try this out. And you know what? Go for it. I think turkeys are pretty easy to cook, personally, Jen. I think because it's large, it intimidates people, but it's actually a pretty simple process. You know, there's not a whole lot of complexity to it, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of people get overwhelmed by cooking, and you just got to do it. You got to try, you got to experiment, and you get better and better every single year because you learn from your mistakes.
And what better day to do it?
Have fun in the kitchen.
Yeah. Do experiment on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
By the way,
like
just
I'm doing.
quickly, is this the set that we're looking at? We're looking at you in a sort of a setting. Is this where you conduct the courses?
This is where I do all my classes.
great.
This is my studio. Yeah, we do all the cooking here and all the fun interviews. This is super fun. I do this every morning.
We'll do it again sometime for sure. And we want to remind people to check out the restaurant Spice Finch, which is in Rittenhouse Square.
Yeah.
I've been there only for cocktails, though, and it was wonderful, mind you. But you can stop in and grab a bite there. And Chef, are you there from time to time? Will people see you if they go to the restaurant?
I am there every once in a while. And then I also have my experience company, Carol Couture Cuisine, where I do intimate dinners in people's homes. I do pop-up events. I travel all over the world, and I do tons of classes here out of my studio.
That's awesome.
So I'm like, lots of fun stuff. You can know everything about me by way of my website, eatccc.com, or on my Instagram, Chef Jen Carroll, JenCarroll. Follow me and you'll know everything.
Excellent. Well, hey, thank you so much, Chef. Have a great Thanksgiving and continued success to you.
Thank you all so much. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Good luck.
Jennifer Carroll on the Preston and Steve Show, and there you go. You got your helping hand right there in the kitchen.
Stuff didn't exist years ago, and here you have somebody who in real time can lead you through the process.
This is like my dream. Like that's what I need,
Right.
right?
This is
You know
it.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe I could actually get through Thanksgiving if I had her walking me through it every step.
No, your dream is to watch someone watch that and prepare the food for you.
I told my mom about it. I was like, Mom, you should do this. She goes, why don't you come over and you do it? I was like, oh, yeah, good point.
How often did she say to turn the turkey?
Just like
every minute.
No, just at least once.
At least
you don't have
once?
to do it like every.
All right, so
15
maybe about
minutes, but-
halfway through, just turn it.
Yeah,
and-
halfway through, turn it, or if you want to do it 3 times or whatever, just move it around.
Case,
a little
also make sure that you put those little goggles over its eyes. 'cause
Oh,
the,
yeah,
the
yeah.
heat and the light will hurt it.
How often do you baste it?
I don't really baste it.
You don't?
but you can do it. You can do like 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
You know, like every half hour or something. Like
All right.
That.
You brought up something that was true, and I know we have to wrap up, but the memories of Thanksgivings gone by.
Yeah.
My mother would be up at like 6.
Yes.
Like getting everything ready, and I mean for the full day.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. So, all right, we're going to take a break because we're going to go live on Fox Good Day this morning. We also have a very special acknowledgement of someone who has a 40th anniversary today at this radio station.
Yes.
We'll get to that a little bit later. Stay with us. B-Files coming
Always
up
a
next,
sign
too.
of respect, and I would say, man.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it, I don't know. I don't know. I just.
You keep going back to old.
No,
These
the
old
standard thing would be, prithee, good ma'am, wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still.
Right.
I still think it's.
don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
My gosh darn bit. Looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as as an insulting thing. That's a way to disrespect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's
it's
with
not-
you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just we just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal
I don't think
preference.
somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what
But
do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server?
it.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your table?
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe.
Lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carting everyone as we were walking in. And me, I was with Elisa. You know, we're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi," and so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
To clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart. Then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
And vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Cable cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Yeah, they got poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in poop.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. She said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm on the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said, so they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though.
He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah, it
too.
was there.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to
I'm
comment
in the Church of Satan, too.
Marilyn Manson? And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker.
Makes sense.
He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping
I'm
up
also a Nazi.
this week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston,
wow.
okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
Oh, it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, It's
It
glowing
lights up
to
like
my
a
heart.
heart.
And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know,
Like
it's
this,
so...
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like...
Yes, yeah, full
Let
on,
me see.
full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm like, who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of...
It's kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't. You can't
be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly.
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make it
necklace?
different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twiggy wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
Oh, no,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God. My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or
tiny
something?
flashlight.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try that.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of It goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. So they don't see that outside the bubble.
right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yes,
Yes.
this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Nick, do you
that's
have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, listen. It looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or
Yeah,
some sort of
fantasy, sci-fi thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Teigen, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajik wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
But Preston,
Wouldn't it?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The
implant.
the Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met.
Ever.
No
Well,
question.
very kind.
And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the Newlywed Game.
A la the it's the same thing, actually. Yeah. In fact, this is the Newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal, sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following three would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, and so I say cooking.
Cooking. Two different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have two golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have three golfs.
Wow.
Preston, what is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go, I'm going to say, agree with Steve, I'd give up cooking.
Really?
Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here, grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
And they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
Oh, Casey is.
And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be
It's
a
gonna
total.
be after the
It's going to be a
game.
total
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
end.
All right.
All right, so.
Question two. While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in a one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English. Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, when we were out in London, Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
No, just to each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing or whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves.
Yes. You have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
with hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and one-on-one. And I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mix or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this.
How's that feel?
We played the Friday song this morning, so something I wanted to start doing was playing our Froggy jingle on Friday.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Right before the Bizarre File. So I think we can do that. It's like less than a minute, so
Yeah.
let's fire it up. I love that.
I don't want to jump the gun here, but something really cool did happen with Froggy the band, and something cool really could be happening with Froggy the band.
my God,
We're
that would
hoping.
be
But
awesome.
yeah, you're right. I kind of don't want to jinx it.
No, don't.
So we won't mention anything
Yeah,
yet. But if it comes to pass,
we will let you know.
We'll let you know. It's pretty cool.
They'll eventually owe us a lot of money.
Probably.
We'll just say that.
Yes, but we love them.
Yeah, we
And
love
so
them.
we will set up an agreeable payment
I
plan.
think when you say it on air, that's a contract,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
all
I
right.
think so.
I think we
Okay.
just signed.
Just one party has to say it for it to be a binding contract.
That's it. Yeah, everybody agrees if one person says it.
It's like when Steve Martin performs that divorce in The Man with Two Brains, Preston. It goes like this.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But I second what you just said, so now
Okay.
it's really official.
We're good.
All right. All those in agreement?
Aye.
All right, it's been done.
You owe us money.
All right, we have to do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. Steve sent me this story. You need to search this guy and find video of him, a body modification enthusiast who dreams of becoming a black alien. Has had 2 of his fingers cut off so that his hand looks like a claw in his latest shocking transformation. Anthony Lafredo has already covered his body, including his eyeballs, in tattoos, and removed his nose and top lip in his bid to look like what he calls a black alien. The Frenchman, who documents his dramatic physical alterations for his 730,000 followers on Instagram, has now gone one step further and had surgery in Mexico to cut off his 2 fingers. He cut off his pinky and his ring finger, so it looks like a velociraptor claw or something.
But what can you say?
Graphic images and video show Lafredo lying on an operating table surrounded by surgeons as he raises up his hand to look at his new claw in awe. Lafredo revealed that he is preparing to remove 2 fingers from his right hand so he can have a matching claw. He wrote on Instagram, "On the other side of the world, to continue my project. The procedure is going well. One more dream that has just come true. Thank you for doing your top. Thank you for doing your top job. Thank you, Mexico, from my heart. 34% loading." I don't know what that means.
It means he's out of his freaking mind.
So there's a line in this story that's hilarious. So it's the latest transformative procedure comes after Lafredo had his nose and top lip removed. He later confessed that he now struggles to speak.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, come on.
Steve,
Imagine back. This probably was not the way to go.
In retrospect,
I probably would have left your lip on.
If I would have left your lip on?
But yeah, live and learn.
Okay.
It's a shame. We were looking at pictures of him in the studio. He was a very attractive man.
Yes,
He's actually a good-looking dude.
Yeah.
But not to him.
Yeah.
You know
And
what I
again,
mean?
it's
Wow.
a body dysmorphia thing. But I mean, the thing also, Preston, I would imagine he sheared off the front of his nose so that you can see a la like a pig almost.
Yeah.
You can see into his nostrils. I assume there's a load of medical issues with having that exposed that way. And then with his hands, what it looks like, it again, I'm trying to justify this stupid thing. You would have to, if I was doing this, shear off the part of the hand that extends out, because it just looks like he lost 2 fingers on that hand. You know, as you're looking for your velociraptor claw.
Other than
this idiot.
Piercing and tattooing, body modifications that result in injury are illegal in many European countries. As such, Lafredo did not specify exactly where or when, by whom or by whom his nose and upper lip were removed. I'm not saying.
No, you think you're clever, but you're not.
When speaking about the procedures in an Instagram live question and answer session, he wouldn't name where he got it done.
It was at a Mexican Rite Aid.
Is that where he got that done? Oh, it's like the flu shot.
Yeah, you get the flu shot, or you can have your fingers removed.
Take my nose off. Laredo said he has been passionate about mutations and transformations of the human body from a young age.
Well, after they shaved his fingers off, Preston, they gave him a shingles shot.
Wow.
I don't want to get those.
All right. If you need another reason to avoid your local Walmart during the holiday shopping crush, here it goes. A man is facing an obscenity charge for allegedly pleasuring himself while watching porn on a laptop in the electronics department of a Walmart.
You know, and this is how you contextualize all of this. I always have to say, okay, there's a Walmart story. Where does this fall? That's not so bad.
Alexander
That's
Pierce.
not so bad.
Well, nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
There was no one injured,
Right.
so that's at least you got that. Alexander Pierce was captured Friday afternoon on store surveillance video, hunched over a laptop with his hands in his pants. Pierce had been barred
At
from
least it was in his pants.
Had been barred from the retailer since July when he was arrested for shoplifting there. When a cop confronted him outside the Walmart, he claimed to have been watching, quote, music videos on a laptop. While initially denying that he viewed pornographic material, Pierce then admitted that he was looking at pictures.
Aww.
Though he denied pleasuring himself in the store, Pierce reportedly told an officer that he probably still had, and I'm paraphrasing, residue on his hands from 4 hours prior.
Wow, it didn't dry?
The arrest report, thankfully, does not further expound on Pierce's sticky fingers. His bond was set at $5,200.
Good news for you. You're our customer of the day.
A Pennsylvania woman who was traveling with her pet parrot was the victim of a road rage shooting along the Pennsylvania Turnpike on Sunday afternoon. The woman named Morgan King said that she's going to be okay, and also said that she was actually trying to apologize to the other driver when she was shot. King said that she was on her way back home, which is near Philadelphia, when police said a small mistake turned into a violent road rage encounter. King said that she went to switch lanes, didn't see the vehicle next to her, so she swerved back to avoid a collision.
It happens to the best of us.
Sure. And police said the two vehicles were soon side by side. King said that when she went to pass him, she leaned forward to say sorry.
Right, yeah.
And that's when he shot her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Police said King was shot in the abdomen. And she had surgery and said that she will make a full recovery. King was able to get a description of the vehicle, and about 40 miles down the road, police said that they found the suspect, 30-year-old Andrew Skinner. Skinner is accused of firing the shot that wounded King. Police said his vehicle matched King's description, and they found a gun in the car.
Did the parrot give a description?
Her pet parrot is being watched by some friends in town while she recovers, and Skinner's being held on $250,000 bond. So that's just crazy.
So you have a obviously that's a bad encounter. Your first thought is to shoot into the car?
He was an idiot. He's
Yes.
crazy. He's an idiot. All right, and then finally, a man that has been on the run from the FBI has been captured in Alabama after assuming a new identity as a pastor. Larry Albert Flake, 74 years old, was arrested in Birmingham by FBI agents. Flake was convicted of sexual misconduct with a minor in Indiana in 2001. He's been on the run. He had failed to appear for trial, and he was sought after by federal agents. According to the FBI, Flake had been living under the name Larry White and was a pastor at a church in Birmingham. This guy's been on the run for 20 years.
20 years.
And he's been living as a pastor at a church.
So for the majority of that run, was he living as a pastor?
That I don't know how long he was this pastor here. He was also known as Reverend White to people in the area.
He was also one of the new kids on the block.
Agents received a lead from an unnamed source, and that led to Flake's arrest. They say without that lead, Flake would have not been found. You know what? I know we're out of time, but I'm going to do one more because it's also someone who had been on the run. One of the U.S. Marshals' 15 most wanted has been found dead in South Carolina. A guy named Frederick Cecil McLean, who was 70, had been on the run for more than 16 years. Wow. He was found dead in Seneca after a neighbor went to check on him. U.S. Marshals said the neighbor found a decomposing body in the home and called authorities. Lynn Ellison, a neighbor, said he seemed really nice, and that's what's scary. She said...
this is while he was alive, right?
We knew Jim. He went by Jim at this time. We didn't know that he had any aliases. Talk about nervous, and I'm still nervous. It's kind of eerie. An autopsy was done and fingerprints obtained, and they compared the fingerprints on file for McLean. Turns out it's him. No foul play is expected in his death. This dude got away with it, man.
He did.
He did. Ended up. They didn't get him.
What was his crime again in Preston? Did you mention?
No, I didn't. So multiple counts of sexual assault on a child.
Oh my God!
And was deemed a high risk. That's why he was one of FBI's most wanted.
Yeah.
But he had lived.
I hope he lived a painful life.
This is another person who had managed to live a long time on the run. It happens from time to time.
No.
People get away with it, man.
Going off the grid successfully does happen more than you would think.
Wow. All right. That's pretty freaky. All right. And that's it in the bizarre file for you. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, is it time to delve into the anniversary?
Yes, sir.
I'm excited.
This is very cool.
40 years that Pierre Robert has been working at this radio station. That's completely unheard of.
Amazing.
In this business. And we're going to spend some time with some people who have worked very closely with him and the man himself.
Yes.
And we're gonna relive some of those moments and just talk about all that stuff. I'm excited.
Yeah.
We'll take a break and we'll come back in just a moment. Make sure that you stay with us.
All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right. Now, we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's till death do us part, love Preston dearly. And we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we, Preston and myself. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
for the studio,
for the
right?
show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So, like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves,
Yes.
which is also what I did.
You did.
I thought it was me.
Isn't this telling?
What does this say about me? You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think it's like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
They don't have that much time, so...
the guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And
what are you saying?
we have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact.
Right.
And this person that I would feel I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you. No, but having to choose, having to pick one, there's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa.
Oh.
Wow. So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow. The truth comes out.
I am
If we're going to be totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this
Marissa.
very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
How could you? How could
And waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston.
But
you guys know Preston.
your lack of decorum has won you the point. So
That's
there you
right.
go.
There you
Yes.
go. Nice job.
That's the point.
We'll
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right. A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man. All right. 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
That was easy.
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases. Or in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down. So he is going to save me for sure.
Oh.
Great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last. I'm last.
Steve.
He's
last.
Yes.
He goes last. So,
That's right.
yeah.
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room. So I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay, Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people go. That's
You're right. Oh, my.
She's
right.
This is a hypothetical. I also agree with Nick, and it would be me just for size reasons. That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think, like, right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show or the Kathy and Steve or Nick and Steve and Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robin Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I had to break it down on survival, likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful and could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
fine on your own.
Not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
Nick and Marissa both answer.
Yeah. All right, what's the point total so far, Case?
I think I have Marissa has 2, Nick has 1, Steve has 1.
All right.
Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without?
Oh.
15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
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 Very nice.
Okay.
Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
James Bond. Preston.
Kind of the same thing. I know there's so much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick? Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy?
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So, Steve, the answer is...
James Bond.
there you go. Yes. What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young, and there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises that have influenced my life, but Bond has been, marathon after marathon after marathon has been just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond
Batman
movie?
is my... Whoa. Okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But my favorite, Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
Daniel Craig, really?
Right, followed by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has 2 good Bonds, would be 3, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, and Spy Who Loved Me. And Timothy Dalton. They're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, all right. So where are we here now?
Casey.
Whoever you want to go to.
Casey.
All right.
All right.
We're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying a bubble scubosis instead of multiple sclerosis and being terrified of his home thermostat. This is the first time I'm reading this.
I never said multiple sclerosis.
That's it. It's you're saying it's a false legend.
Which embellished legend about Casey will he say he would love to have go away once and for all? 15 seconds.
Listen.
What embellished legend about Casey will he say he wants to go away and never brought up ever again?
I predict everybody is going to get this one. This is going to be a 5 for freaking 5 here.
We're going to start with Steve.
There's even in writing this question, I knew it might be a gimme, but we had to go with it just to give Casey the chance to dispel some rumors about himself, including bubbable scabosis and his thermostat. Ranch dressing.
What is it?
His love of ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing. Okay, very good. Kathy.
Yep, love of ranch dressing on pizza, all ranch dressing. He loves it.
Nick?
Ranch dressing.
Oh, my, this is me. Marissa?
Because he didn't invent it, ranch dressing.
Preston.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unanimous.
And we will go to the gentleman himself.
It's not my go-to, okay, guys? It's not my favorite dressing.
What is it about ranch dressing that you like?
It is actually pretty yummy with pizza.
Do you have the isolated audio of just you freaking out anywhere, Kay, so we could play it for Mark just so he has an idea?
I don't know. You know what?
We don't have to play the whole thing.
The crowd loves that idea, Preston.
See if wait, hang on a second. It's recording. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah, there was a moment on the show where we brought up the fact that Casey was dipping his pizza in ranch dressing.
Thank God it was a pizza.
And yes,
there was a question as to whether that was calorically wise.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting?
Yes.
Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes. When was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing. I didn't invent it. It is something that I tried like within the last year. All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing. Drop it.
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza at last 6 or 7 times.
Hear a little bit more of this.
Without dressing.
Did you say 6 or 7 times?
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, trying to like ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then he did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
It's still just as funny.
Oh, my. I've never heard you so whacked.
Can I get a point for that easy question?
One of my all-time favorite moments on this show.
We need to move on. In many ways, Casey is sort of an ongoing lab experiment producing flatulence at an alarming rate. Who will Casey say is the one show member he takes the most joy farting in front of?
Oh, my
Joy?
God.
The most
Joy. And you don't end a sentence with a preposition, by the way. But who does he enjoy farting in front of the most? Gee whiz.
All right.
Got
I'm
it down
in.
there?
I'm
You're
good.
in? Everybody's in? We're going to start with you, Preston.
Now, initially I was going to say me, but I don't think that happens anymore because I'm disgusted by it. It bugs me, and he will do it sometimes in front of guests that we have in here. Oh yeah, out loud.
It's the
and I'm
ranch
like,
dressing.
dude, come on, stop it. And oh my God, Mark, some of them are just deadly. But I think he gets a kick out of actually doing it in front of Kathy more than anybody else. I think he finds that funny, but that's my guess.
Marissa.
That was my initial guess, Preston, was Kathy, but I thought he actually, like, deep down gets embarrassed to do it in front of Kathy. He knows I get mad at him when it happens on his way into the studio, so I figured the only person that might giggle at it was Preston.
Okay.
Okay. Nick. I think because it pisses her off so much that that he's going to go with Kathy.
And Kathy.
It's so disgusting. It's so awful. Yes, he does do it when there's guests in the studio.
No, he doesn't.
It's the worst smelling thing ever. It's awful. It's so stupid. It's childish. I hate every second of it. But I think that he gets a kick out of Preston's response at how angry it makes me. So I went with Preston.
Oh, there's an interesting look at it. Steve?
I'm going to echo Kathy's sentiment and say Preston. Yeah.
All right, Casey.
I will have to say, because he's not an official member of the show, but an honorable mention goes to Chuck. I mean, if he were going to be a part of this, I would say Chuck D'Amico, because Chuck...
He laughs at you.
He loves this. He says that my farts have personality, and they do. But I absolutely love farting in front of Preston.
I would have thought Kathy.
Yeah, no.
Kathy.
Even like when he gets mad, like when they're like silent ones, sometimes I sit there and I just wait for him to smell it.
Well, I'll just
sit next to each other.
So Mark will be sitting here, and I'll see Preston start to go.
Sometimes, I have Lysol back here.
Oh, my.
And Preston will just be in the middle of talking, and there'll just be a little...
I just hear that. Oh, my God. I'm learning more about this show.
I really do go into, like, other rooms. If we have guests in the studio...
You've gotten better.
Yeah.
You've gotten better. What are the totals on the points?
I can't remember.
God, I love that. So a couple of people are running ever so slightly behind.
Makes
so
sense.
why don't we take a little bit of time and clean out the junk drawer and get rid of some stories that are going to go by the wayside if we don't have a chance to talk about them now. So let me rummage around in here. Oh, here's one. Christmas lights are lovely, but they don't come without safety risks. The National Fire Protection Association says fire departments in the U.S. responded to an average of 160 home fires every holiday season from 2004 to 2018, and lighting equipment and electrical distribution accounted for 45% of those fires. So they have
You overload the system.
some tips for you to stay safe.
Right.
That's good.
Stand in water.
No. Experts say you should be sure to turn your Christmas lights off before going to bed.
Yes, I
and
do that.
before you leave for your when you leave your home.
So we do the old style, Preston. We have lit candles in our tree.
Oh, yeah, I love that.
Yeah,
Very traditional.
It's very traditional.
But on Christmas Eve, you leave them on all night, right?
I leave them on all night.
Yeah,
anyway.
You can do that, yeah. I mean,
Do
most.
you use a timer? Do you have a timer?
Inside, yes. Actually, yes. I don't know why I delineated. I have timers, yeah. All over
Okay.
the place, inside and outside.
So you got them set to go off?
Yes. Like
late.
around 11:30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I'm not doing Christmas lights this year, I don't
No?
feel like busting with it. Don't give me that look, Kathy.
Oh my
What?
God, you're truly the Grinch.
What are you talking about? Wow. Anyway.
You're not shopping for your wife, probably.
What? I have
he already
already
started.
bought the majority
All
of gifts for
okay.
this year.
All right.
Suck it, lady.
Wow.
Okay.
So anyway,
Okay.
I would use a timer and have it go off at like, I don't know, 1 a.m. or something
Okay.
like that. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Steve, I don't know why this resonated with me, but we do have a timer for the outside lights. We don't have one for the inside lights. And
Because I figure you can flick a switch or whatever.
I guess
unplug
so,
it.
yeah. But the outside one, we actually, I just put some lights up last year. You guys will be surprised at this, and never took them down.
Yeah.
But for outside
Really?
lights, I don't think it really matters. I think you can
Wait.
leave them out year round.
Outside, like the ones that are like strung from maybe like an overhang to the tree?
Those are just for like
Every day,
decoration.
right?
Yeah, but like,
yeah.
There are people who leave the perimeter lights around the edging of the house.
That's it.
And then
I like
they
that.
once they've hung them and they put them in place, they won't take them down. They just won't turn them on.
Exactly.
Until the holidays.
You could just say
I
it's-
can sort of see that.
Yeah, you could just say it's like this is my homage to Boathouse Row.
That's
You
that's
know?
what it was
Exactly,
the whole time.
The whole time.
Yeah.
Forgot what was. Oh, I have these. It's not necessarily a timer, but they.
It's a detonator.
It's not a detonator either. But they are. They're like little remote controls for the
Yes,
lights,
I
so I
have
don't
those.
have to. I could just hit a button and they all turn off, and I don't have to worry about.
They work
nothing.
well?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what happens is like my wreath is so you don't have wires running. You turn it on and then set it at like I'll do it when I hang it up at 5 o'clock, and at 5 o'clock I'll set it and it'll go for like 8 hours and then it'll shut off. You just need to turn it on and set the time once, and then you're good to go.
Actually, you know what, Kathy? I take that back. I will. I'm not going to do the whole yard.
Oh, good.
Last year I did. We do have an evergreen out in front of our house, and it looks like a Christmas tree type thing. And it's big. It's like taller than the house. And I got those. I got those 1,000 light. They're really small LED lights, and they're just tons of them. And each strand has like 1,000 lights on it. And I just did that, so it looks like a Christmas tree.
Yeah,
I like
that's
that.
I think
fine.
I'll do that. That's
honestly,
not too much of a pain
I'm
in
glad
the
you're
butt.
back.
All right,
I
I'm
just
back.
do the
Kathy
net light.
shamed you into
Scrooge.
doing it.
Wait, can you? Sorry,
do a
Case. Can
damn
you?
thing.
I want to see what you're talking about. Those lights, because I need some new. Are
Yes.
they white?
You can get
Any?
both, and you can, and they have all different kinds of modes that they'll cycle through.
Oh,
The
yeah, I wanna
lights will
see those.
chase or fade in and out, or do a color scheme and stuff like that. I'll show them to you. They're great. I got them at Ace Hardware. Actually,
Okay.
I
Ace is
think
the
that-
place for the health hardware man.
That's
yeah,
right.
or folks.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do net lights, Kathy, and because
Yeah.
it's so easy.
Yeah, they're good.
I mean, and it looks nice. So I have a bunch of shrubs and stuff in front of my house, and I just throw those up, and like everything's good. Steve, I wanted to ask you a question because you, I think, are doing something that I want to try. And I was at Home Depot yesterday. I couldn't find these lights. I have a light post in my front yard.
Yes.
And I want to set up like a cone of lights around that.
So they sell. Is it like a flagpole that you have, or just a regular pole?
No, it's a light post.
Okay, light post. So what you can do is they sell them. It is a ring that has strands of lights that come down from it.
Right.
You hang it around that, and then you pull the strands out, and so at night it is the lit silhouette of a tree.
Right.
Yeah.
And
But
so,
you need a pulley up on top of the pole, I would imagine, right?
This is an adjustable disc that sits on top of whatever you're putting it on. A lot of them are made for flagpoles.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you can clamp it on, and then there's about, I guess, 25, 30 around of these strings, and then you pull them out, post them into the, stick them into the ground.
Right.
And you've got your sort of tree silhouette.
And then another thing I was thinking about doing was maybe getting, because they have those LED strand lights, and not the ones that like our kids are all putting in their rooms now, but like they're meant for outdoors. And
Right.
I'm thinking about lining my driveway and/or sidewalk.
See, I go
with that.
I go like I love, in the world of lights, Christmas lights. You have your C7s and your C9s.
Oh, of course.
I go with the C9s, which are the bigger old style Christmas bulbs. You
Yeah.
know? So and then around the perimeter, I use on the fence the C7s, and I like that old style bulb look to it. But whatever your preference is, Preston, just by doing a tree or something over the walkway, a little thing, shows your spirit, you're good to go.
Speaking of old style and old school, Steve, there's a neighborhood near me that does the luminary, the bags.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
and
Those
I
are
love
great.
it. And they actually have like a little ceremony. They set aside a date every year. I don't know, the 15th or whatever of December. And my mom's neighborhood, the one that she grew up in, they do it every year. We'd make a pilgrimage just to go see her neighborhood, which was really cool. And so now there's one near me, and I love seeing that. I wish my neighborhood did it.
Well, you have a ceremony?
They do. I think it's just an
like they
opening
all-
ceremony. Yeah, like it's come on out on
You
December
eat sand?
14th. You come on out on this date. We're all going to be lit up.
You
And
could just do it. I mean, here's the deal.
started in my neighborhood.
Yeah, go. All you have to do is go to the dollar store, get an ass load of tea light candles,
Yeah.
get an ass load of bags, and then you need something because my town did it as well.
They only had a half-ass.
Always on Christmas Eve. And then you get some sand to weigh the bag down.
Okay.
And then
You get sand?
sand. Yeah, you don't eat it.
Oh,
you put it at the bottom of the bag.
Yeah, so a lot of communities do that. A lot of neighborhoods do it, and I think what Nick was talking about too is like the lighting of them. Like I know one they do like it's not a ceremony. It's just hey, we're going to start to light these
Yeah.
on this day, and so they all do it together so that the whole neighborhood is lit.
Do you know
up.
what's kind of fun to do? Also set a tire fire at the dumps.
Yeah.
That's a different.
pour
type
some
of
burns for a
gasoline.
while.
It burns for a while. Everyone
Right.
goes
Yeah.
caroling.
Yeah.
Speaking of lighting things on fire, the lanterns, Preston, we've seen them down the shore all
Yeah.
the time.
So cool.
It is cool.
But the
Like
thing-
old style lanterns?
No. The ones that fly.
Oh, they're
so
great.
You light them and then
Yes.
they take off. They
And
look
set
so
your
cool.
neighbor's house on fire.
Here's the deal: it can't be the slightest bit breezy when you
No.
do those.
Right.
It's the
Yeah.
conditions have to be perfect for that to work. We've tried it before.
It is a beautiful thing to
It's
witness.
awesome.
There was a light the night.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Down at the
which
art
is that-
museum.
which is that.
Yes.
They used to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool ceremony.
All right. So anyhow, another quick tip here: you need to make sure that the
Oh, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
Sorry.
look for lights that are labeled with UL, as this means they've been tested for safety, and also consider getting LED lights. Of course, that puts out less heat. Be diligent when hanging your lights. Be sure not to misuse them or overload them. As a general rule, fire safety experts recommending plugging in no more than 3 light strings at a time.
Yeah, that's adorable.
Oh,
That's
that is
adorable.
so
I
cute.
get lights. They're from the Dental Records brand, Preston.
Dental
Yes.
records. All right. All right, now I can go digging. Okay. All right. This has to do with Thanksgiving. I've never heard of this before. Okay, so apparently this time of year there are certain pseudo fears that pop up
Around the holidays?
on the internet. Yes, and on Instagram, Twitter, and Reddit, there is one that comes up that I've never heard of. That a group of people claim their biggest fear is marrying into a family that does the turkey trot on Thanksgiving mornings.
All right.
Have you guys ever? So
Wait, so
they
I-
will do like 5Ks, and they'll call them turkey trots.
the-
But what is the classic traditional turkey
Well, that's
trot?
right. It's a run of some type.
Yeah,
so
they're usually 5Ks.
it's a tradition that's been going strong since the very first one was held in Buffalo in 1896.
Yeah.
Usually the trot is a 1-mile run to a half marathon, though the standard distance is a 5K. And it seems that many people dislike the idea of a turkey trot for a few reasons. One being they don't want more family time on a day already packed with it. Another being that figuring out how many calories one needs to burn to offset Thanksgiving dinner is problematic. And another being that many young adults like to go out partying on Thanksgiving Eve, and hangovers don't pair with running the next morning.
You'd have to run a full marathon to wipe out the caloric intake of a
Right.
classic Thanksgiving meal. People don't realize that.
Yeah, but it's better than not working out.
Well, I will work out. I'm going to work out and do the treadmill Thursday morning because it's on my workout
Well, yeah.
day.
See, you'll
but
burn some calories.
I'm not going to lie to myself and say that's going to take care of everything.
No, but it'll help.
Yeah.
Also, it's freaking cold
Well,
usually the
Preston,
day after
okay,
Thanksgiving.
so I was just having this conversation with Nick. So I will do something on Thanksgiving morning. I'll either do like a boot camp type workout, a turkey trot, something. And I agreed to do this turkey trot, and then it started to get colder and colder, and I'm like, do I really want to get up, like go find parking? Because it's going to be hundreds of people.
Where is it? Where are you
find
doing this?
parking. It's in Media.
Okay.
Or somewhere around Media. But they're expecting like 600 people.
Are you doing the one with the Haverford Y? Because they have one.
No, I don't think it's that case.
Are there enough people where no one would know that you actually didn't go?
Well, yeah, but I was going to do it like with people. So
That's
yes,
the thing. These
they
turkey
would
trots are
know.
like a group activity.
Yeah.
And
Is
so
there
this is
someone
why
who
this
looks
is a fear that comes up that, oh my God, I'm getting roped into this.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it.
But The sole reason that I want to back out is the temperature.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know it's going to be nicer, but that early in the morning, it's going to be freezing.
May I suggest something?
Yeah.
COVID. Just say you have.
Just say I have COVID.
Yeah.
My friend's neighborhood used to do a football game on the day after Thanksgiving.
Oh, yes.
And it turned into a big deal. They also turned it into a fundraiser. Like everybody would bring food and to donate to Phil Abundance and stuff like that. But the kids all started getting older and they decided to bail on it.
Yeah.
So.
Interest wanes on that stuff after a while.
We did a football game for, I think, 2 years, and then my sister had a baby on Thanksgiving, and that stopped the football game tradition.
I think my post-Thanksgiving tradition is Weedapalooza.
Weedapalooza.
Sit around and smoke weed all day
now,
long.
Would that be better to start in the morning to
wake and bake,
increase your appetite, right?
Oh, you mean on Thanksgiving Day?
Yeah.
Nah, I want to break the
Why not
next day,
stuff
too.
the bird with cannabis?
That's a good idea. You smell like the whole house smells
I
like weed.
don't even know what I'm eating.
There are grade school.
I just ate my napkin.
There are grade school turkey bowls where the grade school football teams will go head to head, and it's a party for the adults. Like flat out.
The kids are working.
The kids are up.
And the parents are having a blast.
Yep. All right, so anyhow, some people have fears of ending up in a turkey trot. All right, I found this. If you always get lost, you could have what's called direction dyslexia.
I know people who have this. My wife Claire, she definitely has this issue.
Okay. Researchers from Canada say, well, she's not alone. If your sense of direction is embarrassingly non-existent, and it's an issue that you've had since childhood, it could be due to topographical disorientation, or DDT. I'm sorry, DTD, not DDT.
Pesticide.
A disorder that they say could affect up to 2% of the population. They say most people who have the disorder are competent in every other area of their life and have no cognitive disabilities. Neuroscientist Professor Giuseppe Laria says people with DTD come from all sorts of careers. They live perfectly normal lives. They often have no discernible memory or attention issues. The problem is they have an absolute inability to create mental maps of their environment, something that most people do without thinking about.
And these are people that have DVDA?
Yeah, DVDA. He says that the condition seems to be highly hereditary and that his team has developed an intensive 12-day computerized training program meant to help people with DTD develop their navigational skills.
So Claire is absolutely sharp and super smart and great with all this stuff. What happens is if we walk into a place and then walk out, she will say we need to go right, she'll go left.
Right.
And say my direct. But if she were to focus in the right direction, she can then pick up cues about where we are, where we're parked. But there's that initial flipped mirror image of where we actually are.
I think my girlfriend is kind of the same way, Steve. And we get into fights sometimes because she is so reliant on Waze or Google Maps to get her places. Whereas I don't like being reliant on those things.
Right.
I like using my internal brain, the map that I have in my head. I love maps. I'm a nerd when it comes to that type of thing. And so when I'm driving, I have that in my brain, like where 76 is going at this point.
Do you occasionally put on, even if it's a place you've driven countless times, put on the GPS just because your mind may be racing or thinking of other things?
Sometimes, mostly these days, I'll just do it for traffic purposes.
Right.
If there's going to be a quicker way to get there, Google Maps or Waze will help you get there faster. But I don't like using it all the time because then I don't learn it.
I know.
And my brain won't work that way. But she uses it all the time exclusively. So, whatever. It gets her where she needs to go.
Yeah. I told you I had to turn it off because I didn't know how to get to my brother's house. He had lived there for 2 years, and he lived one town over. And I was like, okay, enough is enough. You need to figure out how to get there on your own.
Years ago, Kathy and I was doing stand-up. I had the Hagstrom, I had the Rand McNally map in the car. I drove all over the country using a regular map, and it worked, and it worked well, and I was really good at it. So having that ability is cool.
My dad still
if not
has
useless at this point.
He always kept it in like the little seat pocket in the back seat.
Yep,
and like
absolutely.
for everybody, hand me the map. And he still has it in his, he still
Okay.
keeps it. It's the same torn up map, and he'll pull it out and he'll use, because he still has a flip phone. He's not using GPS.
Yeah. But if it's working for him,
that's the Janis Joplin way.
There you go. Exactly. All right, another thing, and I'm going to go, let me see if I think I got one more Thanksgiving thing in here.
By the way, I actually believe you're rooting through a drawer.
Thank you. Then you're all in. You're theater of the mind, man.
It's unbelievable.
So I saw this. It was a question to ask, and I'm going back to Thanksgiving for a second. That says, have you gotten complaints if you've ever tried to change up the Thanksgiving menu?
Oh.
Have you?
Yeah.
Okay.
My brothers are so stuck on like eating, and to me, I'm like, let's try some. Let's put some.
Let's call a new restaurant.
Let's call a new restaurant. See what they're offering.
Right. So, like, have you ever offered up something to?
Well, I'm bringing roasted potatoes. I'm not doing mashed potatoes. I don't like mashed potatoes, and
Really?
so they're probably going to have a problem with it. And I'm sure my mom has someone else bringing mashed potatoes because she knows the boys will be upset if not.
Okay.
Do you know what though? Regardless of your the culinary skills, your family invites a lot of people who otherwise might not have some place to go, and that's a wonderful thing. So we're being very kind with substandard food. I think that works out, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've thought about offering up instead of turkey, we have spaghetti at my house, but I'll just pronounce it differently.
Turkey.
And that way, no, I'm not going to pronounce it turkey. I like the spaghetti or something like that. You know, maybe
yeah. Fazagabool.
Yeah, fazagabool.
Marissa's bringing a pasta dish to Thanksgiving, and I never thought about that, but I kind of like it.
She is. She's gone. She left.
She's home.
She's home making pasta.
She's out.
She didn't like the way
told
you
her-
said spaghetti.
I could have pronounced it differently.
There's
Maybe
only
she
one
would.
way to say it, man.
And how was that?
Spaghetti.
Oh, really? All right, Marissa, you're doing a pasta dish?
Yeah, so I was looking for like a fall dish, and first I found one that had like lots of veggies in it, and I was like, that's kind of boring. And then I found pumpkin a la vodka sauce.
Ooh.
So it's pumpkin and coconut cream or coconut milk, and then all the rest of the like a la vodka stuff.
So that brings in the fall, the time of year. And
Toss coconut salad. Fresh coconut milk.
New England broiled coconut.
New England boiled coconut. I hate coconut.
And Kathy and Nick, you can make it with cream instead of the coconut.
All right.
But you can't taste it anyway. It cooks off like the vodka. But Preston, thank you for telling me or suggesting to try it, because I tried out a small portion last night, and I
you did your
realized
test.
that I put too much red pepper flake in it.
Great question, though.
That's
Have you
my-
tried like cauliflower? All those pastas made from cauliflower?
Yeah, I like the one that's the Banza.
They're really good.
The chickpea beans.
So that is my method. If you're gonna try a new dish, before you serve it for people, make it at home or like a half version of it, just a half recipe, and then you'll know.
And if you're looking for the recipe, I made a little reel. It's on my Instagram.
Excellent.
I did it while I was watching the Alanis Morissette documentary. Highly recommend it to everybody.
Marissa, when you're making the vodka sauce, do you like is it Tito's, and do you have samples of the Tito's as you're going?
Well, like I said yesterday, I didn't have any Tito's because
Oh, that's right, yeah.
so I used some stateside.
It's at that point where Marissa goes down to the lobby vis-a-vis the balconies outside the building.
Just run down to the corner bar. I'm like, can I get a shot to go? No, it does have actual vodka sauce in it.
I love
or vodka rather.
All right. There is one more thing, food related, and I don't want this one to get away from us. This is kind of, I had this in a connoisseur file, but I threw it in the junk drawer because we weren't doing the connoisseur today. But Hidden Valley Ranch has announced this year's Hidden Valley Ranch Holiday Collection. There will be a limited edition Holiday Ranch Nog Kit.
All right, whoa, what's going on here?
To make this, the brand partnered with mixologists at Whiskey and Rosemary, and the kit comes with 2 glasses, a gold jigger, Hidden Valley Ranch seasoning packets, and a recipe card showing you how to make the cocktail. And the whole kit sells for $50.
Are we talking about the actual inclusion of ranch dressing in this cocktail?
Yeah. Or at least, the mix. It sounds disgusting, doesn't it?
It completely sounds disgusting.
The brand describe, and don't send it to Casey because he doesn't drink. All right, so
I
it's
don't
not his
drink,
thing.
and ranches also isn't my favorite.
The brand
What's your
describes the
thing?
drink as one that marries the creamy, slightly sweet elements of eggnog with the savory, cool, and herby flavors of ranch.
Did you guys see there's the lady, somebody took a video of a lady in a parking lot of a store where she was literally drinking a bottle of ranch dressing. Like, dude, she like, all right, so you know how like.
Was it orchestrated? Was it?
It didn't seem like it, Steve.
Okay.
It did not seem like it, but the
I wonder if
classic like
Hidden Valley set it up.
you see maybe you'll see like the classic alcoholic with a little flask, and he takes a little nip of the flask. Like she basically is doing that.
Okay.
There's no alcohol. There's nothing in.
No,
she
she
just
just
loves her
likes
ranch, I guess.
dressing.
Wow, it's got to be good for you.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, Kathy.
Can I just mention something before you wrap this up?
Yes.
I wanted to thank a woman stopped by. She was from Cakes and More by Mary Boss. And she dropped off a dessert charcuterie board for us.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's for
Where is it?
me, Steve, Casey, Nick, Marissa, Connor, Bill Weston, Chuck, Eric, Nick Murphy, all of us.
Okay. Where is
Just
it?
kidding.
She didn't say your name because you ate all the ice cream.
No, I'm joking. Yes, it's.
I don't blame you.
It's in the office. So she dropped off a dessert charcuterie board.
That's
This
so
is something
nice.
she's doing. Yeah, and gluten-free cupcakes because she knows that I'm trying to eat gluten-free.
You're not allowed to eat food. Your doctor.
I can't eat food.
Your
Yes.
father's. Your doctor's taking your food.
Yes. So thank you to Mary Beth. Cakes and More by Mary Boss.
Nice.
The word charcuterie, are people using it wrong?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's
okay.
just for
Because
It's supposed to be
charcuterie
meat.
means meat and cheese, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's like the French derivation of it. But Steve, you made a joke yesterday when we were talking about the ice cream. Preston made that confession. The good folk at Merry Mead, they're probably going to make a Romano espresso for us. So we're working on
Love
that
it.
Kathy.
for the holidays.
I love that.
Yeah.
And what does it have to not have in it so you can eat it?
No, it's okay. Let them make a good
Okay.
tasting ice cream.
All right. Yeah. Come on.
Is everyone here? Can we break, or do I have time for one more? What do you think? Oh, Marissa's shrugging. So I did have one more thing.
Yeah, there's one more.
All right, one more thing in the junk drawer. And Kathy sent this to me. Okay, so a gentleman by the name of Dr. Stuart Farrell of Stockton University, since 1985, has worked there as a kind of pioneer of an unsettling science, and it has to do with sea levels rising. And he mainly studies and surveys New Jersey's coast to see how the water levels are. So Dr. Farrell has painstakingly surveyed New Jersey's coast from Sandy Hook up north to Cape May Point, down south, drawing detailed maps that track the ongoing battle between the ocean and the land. And a progression of those maps proves that the land is not the one winning. He said it's been very interesting in terms of changes to the coastal ocean front. At the heart of his work is arming local officials with a snapshot of the future so they can plan for the rising tide. Using an array of cutting-edge technology, Dr. Farrell and his team can now show street by street, block by block, what the Jersey Shore will look like if human behavior doesn't change. Wow. Climate and coastal scientists agree by 2100, the year 2100, that the water will likely be between 4 and 6 feet higher than it is today. Now, that doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it is. If your land is less than 5 feet above sea level today, you're going to be facing a problem. So, for example, some of the towns affected are Cape May City, the Wildwoods, Avalon, Stone Harbor, and Atlantic City. So that sounds like the whole up and down there.
Well, you'll be out of there by
2100.
2100,
I'll be
I
dead by
probably won't be
2100. For example, the Venice Park section of Atlantic City, which is a couple of miles from the ocean, situated on the bay, is projected to be under several feet of water twice a day, every day. As with so many places, the question here is how to fight back against that particular fate.
I have an idea.
Okay.
I think what you need to do is just make the ocean deeper. Aha. All right. So
get some shovels.
Yeah, get some shovels. No, because they keep dredging, and so they do have the dredge capabilities. So let's start dredging.
Dredgepalooza.
In Dredgepalooza. We just need a place to put said land that
Delaware.
you're taking out of the. Well, I don't know where to put it.
It's right to the south.
No, okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
So if it raises 5 feet or so, it's not just, around New Jersey. It's going to be the whole
Yeah, I'm saying
ocean.
dredge the whole entire ocean.
Right,
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he's not approaching this flippantly.
No.
One option, though, is to dike the land, he said.
Oh, I like that.
Which means building a seawall around it and pumping out the water that seeps in, as the Dutch did in the Netherlands. So there are these engineering things that can be done.
Yeah, they have those massive dams in Venice too, and they're trying to trying to save the city of Venice, which is also sinking. I've mentioned this before, but Avalon, the northernmost street in Avalon is 6th Street. It wasn't always 6th Street. There was a 1st and a 2nd and a 3rd and a 4th. The streets in Avalon over the years have washed away, and inevitably those beach towns essentially move south. The way that the sand shifts and the way that the land shifts, it brings the stuff that's up by Tom's River and Sandy Hook south. And so that's why Cape May is actually getting bigger and the places up north are getting smaller.
That's why where Casey and I are in Wildwood Crest, it's 400 yards to get to the water.
Exactly, yeah.
Because
We're
all
getting
that
all of that.
sand keeps coming down from further up north.
Yep.
And you're right, the beaches are getting larger in some areas and smaller in others.
So when you run out of your house and go, you
Yeah.
run into the water.
It's a walk. And I'm like right by the beach.
And then you call an Uber.
Yeah. Well, that's why
take me to the ocean.
Listen, we invested in a beach cart that is, for all intents and purposes, it's a ridiculous price, but it is completely and totally worth it.
Can I mention our friend Mike from the Dirty Delco Engineers?
Because it's another great invention.
Okay, so Dirty Delco Engineers, they compete
brilliant.
in the Cardboard Classic year after year. In fact, I think they took a break for a couple of years.
Yeah.
But they did like Preston's vasectomy and the 422 sucks, I think, and a bunch of other great
Giant
slides.
Kathy one year, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Mike, with that group, has created a motorized beach cart.
That's great.
And it's a mother effer. It is awesome.
What are
And
the
he,
wheels?
he has invented this.
Yeah.
They're not cheap,
No.
but you get a lot for them. And it's got like, it's got
It's got Bluetooth.
Bluetooth hookups and all kinds of things to it.
Does it have like wheels or tank treads?
No, it's got wheels, but
But they're
Steve,
big beach wheels.
these wheels, believe it or not, are because they're a little bit smaller than the wheels we have on
Little
our
bit,
cart.
yeah.
They're probably the wheels each are probably worth $100 each.
Do they go round and round?
They do
Yeah,
go
they
round
do go round and round.
Well, I'd love to see one of these things.
So we got to give that some love to Mike. Do you have any idea where people can search and order? Because I want to give him a nice plug. He's been
we
so
can
great
throw it
with
up
the
on the
radio.
website. We can throw it
He's
up
been
on the
so
website,
great with the
yeah.
radio
Oh,
station.
and it's for sale?
Yeah, is he trying to get it?
No,
kickstarted?
they're selling. I
It's
think
called,
it's
it's
beyond kickstarting now.
It's called E-Beach Wagon. And if you want to email me, I'll give you Mike's email address, and you can. But it's e-beachwagon.com.
And so you can plug your Bluetooth speaker right into it. If you want to have it's got a battery on it that you can plug your phone into and stuff like that.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty cool, man.
All right.
So I wish him the best and want to mention that. And if you want a really, a really great family Christmas gift or holiday gift or whatever, this is a cool option. So
And now that the water's getting further and further from you.
E-Beach Wagon.
All right, wow.
And yeah, like the little kids riding on it and everything. So it's pretty cool.
Look at that.
So anyhow, so one of the options is to dike the land, as this guy said. The other proposition is elevation, raising everything up by bringing in fill land to raise up the areas a
Could you
little bit.
put New Jersey on springs?
I don't see why not. If you're going to dredge the whole ocean,
Yeah.
why couldn't you do that?
It's just a state.
Well, the other option, and listen, I'm not a scientist. You guys know that, right?
No.
All right.
You're an orthopedist.
I am. The only other option I've ever thought of was they can desalinate water. Can they not?
Yes, they can.
Okay. Why not take the water out of the ocean and put it and desalinate it and put it in places that desperately need water? Because you have other places that are going through severe droughts. Like Lake Mead is disappearing. These other lakes that are in and around that, and it's just all over the world. Can they desalinate? Can they take the water out of the oceans? The other problem I think is when you desalinate that salt is toxic.
I believe
from what
it.
I understand.
I don't know. Yeah.
So I don't know what you can do
it's
with
been
the
a while
waste
since
of
I've
that.
desalinated.
Mr. Scientist, I think it's
listen.
just too big.
Okay.
It's just
we got
giant.
time. We got time. You don't have to do it by tomorrow.
It's 2100.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a little while.
So this is a process that can be started now.
I want you to be team leader on that.
Yeah. Well,
I want you to be Ed Harris in Apollo 13.
I already have a job.
Okay.
I'm under contract, so.
Okay.
No is not an option.
The third option, though, is leaving, he says. Is just leave the area and let nature take its course.
Well, I've always questioned the notion of building like, multi-million-dollar home 11 inches from the cascading waves.
Yep.
But hey, live and let live.
All right, so, and this, I think I got this from 6ABC, by the way. It's an interesting article like that saying. Oh, that's it.
Oh!
That's all we got to do, because we got to come back and spend some time talking about a young man who is celebrating his anniversary with this radio
It's unbelievable.
station.
And he gets to pick what ice cream he likes.
40 years. Yes. It's a privilege that you get.
He is, he's leaving his house right now, so he should be here on time.
All right, we'll take a break.
Right.
We'll come back in just a moment, so make sure that you stay with us.
Preston Preston and Steve.
On 93.3.
I did.
And Kathy and
me.
Marissa.
Kathy.
Yes.
All right, so Marissa's now in the lead.
4.
With 4. Steve's got 3, Kathy's got 3, Nick's got 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kathy is our next subject.
All right.
It's not a stretch of the imagination to say that if Kathy Romano had written the musical Rent, we would not be singing Seasons of Love and instead would be singing Seasons of Activities.
Yes.
Fall, winter, spring, or summer, which season will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities?
Oh. I got it.
That's a great question.
Will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities? Is it winter, spring, summer, or fall? And we're going to start with Steve.
This is sort of a tough one, but I know that Kathy and I share a lot of the similar loves of the various holidays. And now while Christmas is a
Why
money...
you should have saved me on that ship.
Christmas is a money shot. I think, though, the stuff that happens around fall, between Thanksgiving and Halloween...
all that stuff.
Yeah, all
Okay,
that
got it.
stuff, and all of the access to it is
And with an
something-
8-year-old, you're busy doing, I got it.
Right.
Okay,
and,
Nick?
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think just because I think it's your favorite time of year that you love the season itself that I went with fall as well.
Ah.
Fall activities.
Marissa?
Because they're so universal, they happen inside and outside, and I'm pretty sure it was your very first list. I'm guessing that. I went fall.
Fall activities.
Preston?
I'll just hit this. Yes.
And Casey?
I'll just hit this.
Fall activities.
And we'll go to Kathy and find out that the answer is...
So although summer is my favorite time of year, I get depressed when summer is over, and the way I get over my depression is through fall activities.
Everybody wins on that one. Wow, that's good.
Cool.
The second question about Kathy on the Preston and Steve Show. Kathy is often playfully painted as a somewhat asexual being who thinks foreplay is laying down a protective tarp. Remind me to tell you Dr. Ruth's story a little bit later. That said, what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship? While we're looking for a closet in weeks.
Marissa and I are going to differ.
This
on
is
this
Kathy. We will allow your answer to be in years.
So we're looking for weeks.
Yeah. Weeks? The closest in weeks. Yeah, we're looking for closest in weeks. This is Kathy.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
Well, yeah. So what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship?
All right.
All right. People are writing their answers down. You're in? Well, I don't think so. Casey.
Okay. This is a really, really tough one. I don't think you're as prudish as one would think, but like first date, 1 week, no, 2 week, no, 3 weeks, no, 4 weeks, I think is a nice safe assumption.
All right, Casey says
about
4
a
weeks.
month.
About a month. Marissa.
I said that Kathy would approve of holding hands after 3 months.
Whoa!
Wow.
12 weeks.
Oh, Preston.
I think she's more of a slut than we believe she is. And I'd say Kathy would be cool. That maybe not for herself, but if she were to give advice, I'd say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's a short one, yeah.
All right. Steve?
I agreed with Casey, and I think 4 weeks seems about right.
Okay. Nick?
First of all, I can't wait to hear that Dr. Ruth story. And then, second of all, I went with 3 weeks.
All right. It's all over the board.
Wow.
Kathy, are you a prude?
Okay, so I'm going to go initially with when I read this question, what my answer was going to be. And the question is going from one relationship to the next, how long you should wait in between, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought it was after the first date.
After the
how long
first
to have sex?
Getting intimate, yeah.
date, before getting intimate with someone.
Okay, so you meet somebody, how long will it take before you...
Right.
As they used to say, make whoopee.
Oh, all right. Okay. So from the first date. All right, then I need to rethink this because if it was from one relationship to another, I was going to say 24 weeks, 6 months.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, after the first date, and I forget what everybody said, but I'm going to say 4 weeks.
4 weeks. Casey.
And Steve.
Wow.
All right, so point each.
All right, Steve, you are now tied with Marissa at 5.
All right.
I have 3. Kathy has 3. Preston has 3. And Nick has 4 going into the... Oh, Nick, you are stuck with 4.
I'm done.
You're done.
That's right, because Nick is going to wait.
We have Marissa as well.
Marissa.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God.
So there's still a chance for everybody.
We'll do Nick. A penny saved is a penny earned is more than just a maxim. It's also what you whisper in Nick's ear to make him horny. And while we kid Nick about his frugal way of life, who will he say is the next cheapest person on the show? So Nick being the cheapest, who would be the next cheapest human on the show?
Who will
15
Nick say?
seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, Nick will say this person is the next
got this
cheapest.
one.
You got this one?
Yeah,
We'll start with you then, Preston.
I think that that somebody who knows a good bargain and is the queen of returns would absolutely look, and she looks for coupons all the time. She looks for special deals. It's got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
Gotta be Kathy.
My wife's the same way.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
When you said Queen of Returns, I was so relieved that you didn't say me. But I was thinking the same exact thing. She never pays for shipping. Yeah, so Kathy Romano. No doubt.
Okay. Marissa?
I actually think that Casey's family is just, I think your wife is the same, and I think your family, and I think it bleeds onto you a little bit, so I'd say Casey.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, in a good way. All great ways.
Kathy?
Oh, okay. So I did not think of myself. I don't think of myself as cheap, although I love a coupon and don't like to pay for shipping. I won't not buy it if I don't find the coupon.
Really?
Yeah, and just because.
But you like quality too, though.
Yes,
so,
and I like quality items as well. I went with Preston because I believe that Nick and Preston, when we talk about tipping conversations, they always have a similar opinion. So so I went with Preston.
Okay. And what is, just briefly, what is your tipping deal?
Just that Steve always goes over the top, and they'll do like the standard tip, like what's listed, and and not really go over.
Tip
like
based on performance, not just
Right.
Steve is going to tip over tip no matter what.
I always over tip. I always do. Steve.
So, and for that reason, because Preston is not cheap at all, but we have those conversations on air, and when we talk about the tipping, those two will take that angle, and so I said Preston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, survey says.
Well, it turns out that Kathy and Steve are right. I went with Preston.
Oh!
And it was because of the way that we think about stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And because you're kind of cheap.
He's very generous.
Joking,
You see my
relax.
bill from the vacation I just took?
Yeah. Do you hate it when they include the tip without asking you?
No.
That doesn't bother you?
That doesn't bother me. In fact, added gratuities I'm fine with. But if I did get service that was not good, I think that it reflects on the tip. I mean, absolutely.
Do you talk to the server and say this is why?
No.
Never done that.
Do you do that,
I
Mark?
usually, I can't tell you the last time that I had really bad service and I left anything less than 20%.
Okay.
But I mean, but I usually 20% is about right to me. So
okay. Okay. Second question about Nick. Anyone who knows Nick knows his passion for music and his love of both Eddie Vedder and Dave Matthews.
I hate Dave Matthews.
This begs the question: which of the following two scenarios will Nick pick? Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs.
Wow.
Steve Morrison, you are a sick man.
I love that I got a gay joke and a cheap joke.
Yes. So Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs. All right, that's what we're looking for. We're going to start with Steve.
Well, I thought about this, obviously.
Apparently you have.
And I think that Nick holds both of these gentlemen in high regard, but I think Nick is more concerned with how Eddie would think of him, so he would prefer to have Eddie direct him being violated by Dave Matthews.
Okay. Eddie directs is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, Kathy?
No, I went opposite. I think that Eddie definitely violates him, because if a man is going to violate him, it's going to be Eddie Vedder, and it's just a bonus that Dave is there. So
Just a what?
A bonus
Oh,
that
scared me
Dave
for a
is
minute.
there.
Okay.
So
It's just a bonus.
That's interesting.
he can direct.
All right, Marissa?
I think that Nick probably enjoys Eddie's voice more, so Eddie directs.
Look, and we've got
And I drew a picture.
visual aids.
Wow.
She drew a picture.
Oh, my.
I thought it would be mouth and not.
No, it's from behind.
Yeah.
Oh, Preston.
Creative ingenuity.
You know what? This is actually, I have a new band name from this.
What is it?
Grunge Cuck.
Grunge cock. I love
Grunge
it.
Cuckle. I think that Nick's deep love for Eddie Vedder Vedder would mean that he would want him deep inside of him. So I'm going to go with Eddie violating while Dave directs.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
And Casey Boy.
I did the same thing. I think he would love to have Eddie in him, and also opposite of what you were saying, Marissa. I think he likes Dave's speaking voice more.
That's interesting.
But when Dave Matthews sings, he sounds like a billy goat to me. Okay, I don't know.
He does kind of, yeah,
he does, right?
But maybe in the
Mumbles a little
bedroom,
bit.
it's a little bit more.
Could be.
I genuinely appreciate all the thought that all you guys put into each, and the drawing, Marissa, was the pièce de résistance. But I'm going to go with I would love to have sex with Eddie Vedder no matter what.
And Dave is directing.
Yeah, Dave is directing.
How do we do on the points on that one, Casey?
I don't remember.
I didn't get a point.
I did.
Okay.
All right, and then Preston, what did you say?
I did. I got a point, yeah.
All right, so we have Preston at 5, Marissa at 5, Kathy at 5, Steve at 6, Casey at 4.
So Steve at 6.
God bless our callers. They've been on hold for 30 minutes now. That's
Sorry, guys.
Hang in there, guys.
So
All
sorry
right.
about that.
We leave the best for last. Marissa. It is no secret that Marissa spends a lot of time out on the town attending the trendiest events, often having to check her license to remember where she lives. Of all the multitude of events, parties, clubs, etc. that Marissa attends or frequents, which will she admit makes her feel the most pompous? All right, she goes to events. Whenever I used to live here, I'd run into her at 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And the question is, which of all the events she goes to makes her feel the most pompous? Interesting question. We're going to start with Steve.
This, to me, even as writing the question, I thought, is this too easy? But I figured, what the hell, why not go for it? I'm going to have to say dinner en blanc.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Fancy schmancy events.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, Kathy.
I said the same thing just because I think she knows the joke behind it and that we all kind of
Make fun of
laugh.
her?
Yeah, laugh that she's going again.
Nick?
The name itself is pompous, so I went with Dinner en Blanc.
Okay. Preston?
I actually know it's her favorite event, though, so I don't know if it would be considered her the most pompous, but I couldn't think of another more pompous event, so I went with Dinner en Blanc as well.
Casey?
I honestly couldn't think of anything but Dinner en Blanc.
All right, so Marissa.
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I thought about picking up and going to Europe or Cuba or, just going to some random new Mark Vetri restaurant or something. And all of these, you guys make fun of me for being pompous. But even though I feel like it isn't that pompous, but I'm also just defending it, it's got to be Dinner en Blanc.
All right, so the
That's a
scores
clean
remain
sweep.
the same. Steve is still in the lead with 7 correct answers, I believe, now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, and so the only ones that can either tie are Kathy and Preston.
Okay. All right, last question. To walk a mile in Marissa's shoes is to see the world at a sub-nose level. Which show member? Oh, my God, I can't believe this is the last question.
Oh, my God.
Which show member will Marissa say has the most out-of-control nose hair or cave bats situation?
Wow.
Wow. She's short. She looks up in various places that they think others don't. Preston is in the lead. We could have a potential tie. Then we will go to a tiebreaker question. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. We're going to start with Casey.
Okay, so it couldn't be me because I pick my nose all the time. So there's virtually never any bats in the cave. I got to go with Preston on this one. I don't really have any other explanation of him.
All right, Preston.
You know what? I've brought this up several times that Marissa has to view nose hairs regularly. I'm the tallest member of the show, so I gotta put myself in that category. She probably sees the most. Yep.
Nick,
I'm hoping it's not me, but I'm going to go with Preston as well.
All right, Kathy.
I went with Preston as well because of the height. His height.
Steve.
I went with Casey.
Wow. Because?
Only because I figured there's a lot of work around there just lodging things and stuff might be more visible because of that. Though Preston is taller, obviously, and the angle's probably better. I went with Casey.
All right, so potential tie here. Marissa, the answer is?
All right, I'm going to admit something to you guys. There is only one member of the show whose nose I've looked up, and it's because he's constantly pointing it out and seeking my approval. It's Preston.
All right.
There you go.
So, Casey, tell us the score, please.
All right. The final score is, I got to give him 1 and her 1. We have a 3-way tie.
Oh.
We have a 3-way tie between Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, and Kathy
thought of something else I did one time. But immediately, here I am as an adult thinking, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
One time we were doing a promotion at the Granite Rim Mall with Y100, and we had we used to take a little putter and a putting green, and we would do a putting contest.
Yeah.
'Cause when you go to these promotions, you have a little game. People can play, come on, and so we're out there, and we're bored. Nobody's coming out there. And I decide to take the putter and take a full-on driver swing.
No, you didn't.
To the golf ball, or I was pretending to. I was going to swing over the ball, and of course I'm aiming right at the parking lot. And we were in. There was like a tent sale going out there, something. So there was a wide open area where nobody was parked, but about 50 yards away there were cars. I swung at this thing. I hit the ball. And it goes over and thunk and hits the side of a car. Big, huge dent in the side of it. And I tell an intern, I go, go get the golf ball. Go get the golf ball right now. Go get it. So they ran and got the golf ball, and I go put the whole. You know what? I'm just gonna dive right in. We've been talking a lot about this. You've been waiting it, ladies and gentlemen. The person you've been waiting for all morning long. We want to welcome. Please give some love. Gary Lauer. Hi, Gary.
That was incredible, Preston.
Thank you.
you, guys. How's my family?
We're great. We're excited for Thanksgiving. How are you, fam?
I miss you guys. I miss my family. How you doing, sweet tea?
Hey, what's up, Gare?
You know me, man. I'm doing a lot of prepping today for tomorrow,
Okay, good.
Well, Gary, Kathy has a special place at the table for you.
Absolutely.
And don't be late, okay?
Oh, Pierre Standard Time.
Yes, Pierre Standard Time, exactly. So anything else on your mind, man? Because we do have some things we need to get to.
I know the Duke's coming in. Hey, I got a question to ask you. Does anyone there or any of our listeners make oyster stuffing?
I do not, but I'm sure that there are people
there's a support
listening.
group.
Yeah, and there's a support group that you can join. It's in person. Why do you ask?
Oh, it's the best. It's the best in the world. Once a year, it's the best, bro.
Okay.
Puts a lot of lead in your pencil for the next year.
Oh, okay.
That's an erection joke.
Is that
yeah,
what that is?
The oysters are very, they're kind of conducive to that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be an aphrodisiac. You are correct.
Thanks for making it gross, Gary.
Oh, listen, it's really cool, man.
Who are you feasting with tomorrow, Gary?
Just the three of us. My girl's got to work, so I got to do all the prepping today and tonight, and then she's got to work at 6 o'clock tomorrow. She works at a grocery store, and they don't shut the grocery store down tomorrow until 3 o'clock. So by the time she gets home, it'll be 4 o'clock. But I'll have the bird done by then. So I'll put the bird in the oven at like 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning.
You said the three of us, so you and her and who's
her son.
Oh, her son.
Okay, look at that. A real provincial American Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's great to have a family, man, back here, man. I mean, I miss you guys with all my heart. By the way, Press, are we on this year for our fans? For the Christmas show?
Yes, sir. Christmas Miracle. Gary Lauer in attendance.
Parks Casino, me and Jackie Bam Bam.
Yeah.
Look at that. He's booking the show already.
Yeah.
Hey, can you get us Will Smith?
We got to do that this year, man.
Yeah.
This virtual shit's got to go. Sorry about that.
Did he drop? He dropped a bad word.
Gary.
It's making us reconsider the Christmas Miracle.
Listen, we do have to wrap, Gary, because we are going to.
Hey, Preston, Casey, Nick, Marissa, Murph, and my girl, Sweet Tea, Catherine, Mom, have a beautiful, genuine Thanksgiving with your wonderful family.
Thank you, Gary.
Yes, thank you, Gary. Have a great thank you, too. We'll see you later, man.
Thank you, Preston.
Right.
Thank you.
Gary Lauer, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Okay.
For Thanksgiving dinner too.
Yeah.
Hey, my
Do you
mom
know
would
what?
invite him.
Gary's very cool because he will make these lovely hand turkeys with the booking ink at the precinct.
All right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are excited. This is a wonderful group of people that we have here in the studio with us right now, and it is all to honor the man who just spoke up. 40 years at one radio station. It's incredible. Dare I say, it's unheard of.
It's
in our
unheard
business.
of.
And we are happy to have, first of all, the one and only man of the hour, Pierre Robert.
Hey!
Thank you.
Now we get to chit chat every day with you, which is a treat. Most days, anyway.
I know some days I make you a little crazy.
Well, sometimes you're not even here, so that's what I was referring to. No, I love our crazy days. It's great. But we wanted to bring in some people that have worked even closer with you over the years and can share a little bit about your experiences, because we could obviously sit down and have you tell us some stories and talk about the 40 years and what that's all meant to you. But we thought it would be nice to kind of fill that out a little bit and bring some friends in. So we have Pierre's producers panel here this morning. So,
yeah,
we're going to give up to our good friend Pancake, who's here this morning.
How are you guys?
Producer Jason Fayon.
Hello.
Nick McElwain, of course.
Hey.
And Kevin Gunn.
Hey.
All producers of the Pierre Robert experience. Are there any others that aren't here that were part of the producer collective?
There were a few ladies who kind of helped me out a little bit before, but Michael
Sisters of Mercy.
Anthony Thompson.
Okay.
Michael Anthony Thompson was kind of really the first one prior to
me,
Nick, prior to Jason, and Kevin was before Michael. Kevin was on the morning show. Sorry,
you did mornings.
I'm sorry.
In a sense.
Let the barbs begin. Well, I'm an open target. Just draw your arrow and fire.
No, you got. We are the few, the proud, and the often stressed.
They are the dirt carriers. They have enough dirt on me collectively to send me up the river.
Well, this seems like a this is your life sort of vibe is what we're looking for, and then, so to learn about you through memories of others that will spark. And honestly, you are surgically attached to your producer throughout the show, and there's a lot that goes on. So we thought they might have some interesting insights.
So I would say that Michael Anthony Thompson probably created the position what it is now. And so Michael did it for about 3 years, and he was a great producer. And when Michael did it, it was producer/assistant. And then so Michael did it for about 3 years, and then I took over in 2001, and I did it for about 3 years as well. And Michael really helped evolve it into a full-time job. And then Jason took over after me, and then Pancake took over after Jason. And Jason, to your immense credit, really made it the full-time job that it is now. And so you took on a much more of a producer role than I had. You really developed it into multimedia and website and social media and all that kind of stuff. And then when you got tired of it and had to leave before you went insane.
When you got tired of it.
And then that's when Pancake took over.
But before all of them was Kevin.
Yes.
When I did the morning show.
Right. The legendary morning show.
1993 and 96.
Yeah.
Well, we thought it would be nice to bring everybody together and maybe share some stories because we'd ask you all about your career, but I think it's more fun when other people say, well, yeah, but I remember this and I remember that, and that's going to spark some things. But before we head down that path, let's go all the way back to the very beginning and a piece of audio when Pierre was simply trying to get a job here at WMMR. You have what's called an air check that you send out to radio stations to show them what you can do. And none of us have heard this except for Kevin Gunn, I think. Yeah. And where did you unearth this little jewel?
Well, it was just laying around. And I came across it a couple years ago and decided that I would set it aside for such an occasion. Everybody has one of these in their past. And so we're not singling out Pierre by any stretch of the imagination. Howsoever, he did start out in San Francisco at KSAN and sent us a tape that contained some very interesing bits and a very evolving air talent that Pierre is.
Okay, well, I'm dying to hear this. So we have two clips, all right, and this is from KSAN, so here we go. Let's check this out.
KSAN. All right, radio on KSAN, a classic from Elvis Costello, wrapping up a whole set of radio songs there. And it seems like everybody is writing songs about the radio these days, trying to get their, particular one on the air. We started with a special KSAN live recording of The Beat that was done at the old Waldorf a while back called Hey DJ. We also heard from Rush from their new album, The Spirit of Radio. Turn Up the Radio from the Rockets. Joe Jackson, On Your Radio. And, of course, Elvis Costello with a classic Radio. And don't touch your dial, folks. We'll be back in a flash.
Don't touch your dial, folks.
It's not bad.
No, but here's
it.
Upon
It sounds a little pitched up. That was Radio, and it sounds great to hear in San Francisco. Gotta tell you something, having a great time. And boy, oh boy, do I love that progressive rock.
Oh my God! Doesn't it? It is pitched up, right?
No, I think he had a higher voice.
Is that right? Really? Yeah.
If you listen to the Nighthawk stuff when you did overnights, you had a higher registered voice, and we do too. If you listen to old air checks of us, yeah. But one of the things I noticed in there is you almost had just the slightest tinge of almost like a southern type of tilt to your voice. You dropped your G's. You were saying writing instead of writing. Yeah. You're very articulate now in the way you speak and enunciate.
Darn
but
tittin'.
but it sounds like you were a little more raw back then. But you also had that classic FM DJ delivery, which was back in the day how they started.
KSAN was one of the first FM rock stations in the country. In the beginning, there was water and ice,
and the Lord spaketh.
But this company Metro Media, which MMR was originally created under, had 6 stations in 6 cities, I think. So they had MMR here, they had NEW-FM in New York, they had WMMS in Cleveland, WNEW in Chicago.
Wow.
K-Met, they would try to work Met or MM. That's where the MM comes from, Metro Media.
I know all those stations.
What a cluster.
Was a huge station in L.A., and KSAN was founded by a DJ that started in Philadelphia, Tom Donahue, who went to Metro Media and said, you have a little classical station here, it's not doing anything. This rock and roll thing is happening, trust me. And they did, and that's where I started. And then, unfortunately, it turned country and western because they didn't tend to it well.
And then you were Will Robertson, right?
Then I changed my name to Will Robertson.
From Lost in Space?
Yes. Well, Will Robinson.
Yeah.
My last name is Robert. My first name is William.
Okay.
But none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and I've always gone by that.
And how long did you last at the country station?
Here's the ladies from Urban Cowboy. Boy, I wish I was at Gilly's place right now on that mechanical bull.
Looking for love.
And if you're looking for love in all the wrong places, well, then you've shown up at the right place.
Oh, my God. It was so awful when they did that. I mean, it was a huge mistake and a terrible thing they did. But
Urban Cowboy destroyed a lot of people thought, oh, there
all
we
the
go.
suits
Here's
thought
disco.
that's the way to go.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. So Pierre does a thing called the Weekend Calendar here on MMR. Let's see what was going on at the KSAN calendar.
Yeah.
Let's check this out.
Oh, dear.
Hey, man, it's almost Valentine's Day. I got nothing for Susie. She still ain't talking to me. What am I going to do?
Don't get a fever, bro. Come on over to the pad. I'll set you up with some great stuff.
I don't want no stuff. She goes to sleep. Does me no good at all. I want something nice.
Hang on. So this is a commercial?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's got to be, yeah.
It's a commercial for their the station calendar.
Their calendar. All right, here we go.
Nice, man.
Wow.
Think nice.
Oh,
think nice.
How about a KSAN Jive 95 calendar?
Nice. I said think nice, not dull. Think
Nice.
man.
That is nice, man.
What's so nice about a calendar?
The colors are fantastic.
Oh, you've been seeing colors on white walls since '67. I don't want to know. I mean,
Hey, listen, bro. Would you trust me? Have I ever turned you on to a bad trip yet?
Well, I got to tell you, that time at the border when you said you didn't know me was a little weird, but all right. I mean, well, how do I get one of these things?
It's easy, man. Just ask the disc jockey.
Hey, you. How do I get one of these?
Who, me? Oh, it's easy, man. All you got to do is come on down to the station and bring $5 with you. Actually, they're on sale. They were $6, so it's a pretty good deal. Or if you're not up for that, just send us a money order for $5 to KSAN Calendar, 345 Sansom Street in San Francisco, 94104. No checks or cash, please, because it just works out easier that way. Better to deal with, all in all.
All right, and there it is.
Wow.
Cheech Robert, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen.
This
It was
your-
a Cheech and Chong thing.
And this was your best work. This
I
was sent to get a job.
Have no memory of that.
None?
None.
Did you do your sort of calendar thing as you were on air? That was not coming to being at that point.
No. I was only on the weekends.
Okay.
I worked in the office during the week. I got the gig. I was an intern. The interns program they canceled. I kept coming, and then they eventually hired me. I made $3.50 an hour, and then I was going to move to some small station like you do in radio, and then they gave me a raise to $4.50 an hour. This is living. I am not leaving. And then I did the mail, I answered the phones, I filed the records, I worked for the sales department, I painted, And
Everything.
Then
yeah,
one
the old
night,
days at some places, when you'd hang around long enough, they'd eventually offer you a
Right.
job.
Well, going to our advice that we've given for many years is internships and get in there. Whatever you need to do, claw and work for free if you have to, or do the odd jobs, and let them see your business and your job acumen. And sometimes it works out that you got a 40-year career out of it.
Well, then I was in San Francisco with a friend of mine. It was about 3 a.m, and we're sitting around his table having a beverage, and the DJ, whose name was Lobster, came on and said, the overnight guy hasn't shown up. And I called him on the hotline, and I said, what happened? Just curious. And he goes, what are you doing? I go, hanging out. Oh, dear.
Oh, no. Oh, my
Oh my God! It's the best way to celebrate 40 years of Pierre is with a coffee spill.
And all right, just a small spill. And
We need nothing.
I mean, so was the Valdez.
Do we need napkins?
There
we go.
Just a small napkin.
It wouldn't be a celebration without something.
Here.
This is why my sippy cups always come prepared now.
There we go.
Okay.
So anyway, he said, nobody is here. And he said, what are you doing? And I said, nothing. And he said, well, come on over. You're going on. And that was my first show.
All right.
And so going back to the beginnings here, and
We all
you
fixed up.
get to it's all good now. You get to MMR and your first initial experiences. Here.
Well, I also wasn't hired full-time here. I was hired to work in the music library. So, and then I went back to $3.50 an hour. And that was fun.
I just want to, if I recall, you started recording the concert line. So there were people who could call the station and the MMR concert line.
Oh.
And Pierre would read off on the phone like a message coming to the Ripley, coming to 23 East, and all those things. And I thought it was a really smart way of getting your voice out there. Even though it wasn't on the air in daylight hours, you would record the concert line religiously and update it. And I think that was the seed from which the planner grew. But it also got your voice out there in a way that was different from just sitting behind a microphone. So I thought that was really smart.
Right.
Nice.
We have one of those somewhere.
Well, I want to get into. We have the producers panel here. We have
I want to hear
Jason
stories.
and Gunnar
See,
and
we've
Nick
already lost so much time in that early phase.
and Pancake, and I just wanted to get some of maybe.
Kevin, I said and Kevin said, "What are the odds we've lost time with you?"
But maybe some favorite stories or standout stories or something like that. Jason, when you think back of your time, and how many years were you Pierre's producer?
9 years.
9 years.
You poor bastard,
man. Do you have a couple of highlights that are worth bringing up? I mean, we're talking about a 40-year career, and you were there for basically a quarter of it.
Well, one of my favorite things was going through all of Pierre's tapes, because he never labeled any. Very few of his tapes were labeled. So he had all these reel-to-reels.
That's so odd.
Lots of stuff. So I actually heard some of his early air work and digitally remastered stuff. We baked tapes to get the reels to work, and we found some really fun stuff. I discovered the reel that had Pierre's mom on it doing IDs, which I heard you play the other day. Right. And I think at the time you were moved by it. You hadn't heard her voice in a long time. And so that was really fun. And the same thing with your dad's reel. I think listeners are more familiar with your dad's ID, but he's a DJ.
Yeah,
well,
he's a DJ.
There are all these outtakes from that. And then I found this reel and started playing it. I'm like, oh, man, this is all of Pierre's dad's stuff. And so I don't think you play the outtakes as much as the main one, because it is the best of them all. But it was fun to discover this reel that had your dad's voice, your parents' voice on it years after they passed. So that was really fun for me to do all that, and that was a big bulk of the time I was there.
What you were doing?
No kidding. So
updating all this audio.
You were the first to archive.
Correct. Yeah, you would archive they take it from tape and digitally, or put it on disc or something like that, right?
When did the concierge service kick in, where you were where you became Alfred?
Well, I did do a lot of that. Instead of opening a brewery, I did think maybe I should start a travel agency. I got so good at booking flights to the West Coast.
I'll ask you this question and you this question, Pancake. How long into the job did it take before you memorized Pierre's credit card number?
Oh man, I never did that.
Really?
I don't have that kind of memory. But
I had to for booking flights.
That'd be good because then I could use it now to buy my own flights.
Yeah.
But
he
I
checks
remember
his records so closely.
I was reading some spy novel in Las Vegas, and there was this long line on a red eye, and I had to be on the air the next morning, and I'm just reading, and all of a sudden they go, that flight's now been changed, and I go, oh dear. And I called you at like whatever time it was, 3 hours later here, and you somehow found me another flight.
That's come in handy too, because I learned through you how to creatively find flights, because of course it'd all be last minute. It'd be like, I got to fly to San Francisco tomorrow, and what are you talking about? Thanks for the lead, but yeah, that's a good skill to have.
So Kevin predates Jason. Did this part of the job description exist when you were producing?
No, we operated on a much more fundamental level.
Okay.
Like,
like radio.
Yeah, and timeliness and things.
Right.
We started hitting traffic before the window closed. Little things like that. We were in the morning. We there's some background about you doing mornings that I think bears repeating.
How did that happen? How did that selection? And I assume Pierre's work arrival times were not an issue, because certainly you wouldn't stick someone in that slot were you acutely aware.
No, it would be a stretch to think that somebody who went to bed at 2 a.m. every day would be bright and bushy, ready for a morning show at 6. But I think it's really important to point out in the station's history that Pierre came after a show that we called Sports Rock.
Right.
And Sports Rock featured John DeBella and Howard Eskin. And conceptually, it was the idea that guys who like sports also like music.
Right.
So we got two very well-seasoned disc jockeys to talk to each other, or presenters to talk to each other. But the show failed chemistry and went down like the Hindenburg in about 6 months. I'm serious. October of 92 to March of 93.
Yeah.
So we were floundering. The little station had lost its way.
Oh man.
And so the idea was that we needed to get back to basics and get back to roots and music.
So one person who really knows a lot about sports.
Yes. Yeah. We figured we tilted to the sports thing ultimately. But no, really, a great personal sacrifice. Pierre came in and righted the ship. And all of our bits were music-centric and all that. So I know we kid him a lot about being on time and everything in the morning show, but he really, really put his life on hold to help save the station. And I think that bears being said publicly.
Can I ask you what they did to get you to agree to do mornings? Was it just money, or did they? I mean, because, dude,
toaster oven.
There's no way you would have just gladly agreed to do mornings.
Well, money did play a part in it.
It had to.
Yeah. But, I wanted to work with this guy, Buzz, and they didn't quite understand Buzz, and he was a most unique character. And they said no, and I said, then I'm not going to do it. And I also wanted to have Kevin. And I said, well, no, why don't you? Because Kevin had produced part of John's show as the Morning Zoo, and also Sports Rock. And they said, well, why don't you start with a new producer? I said, no, Kevin, no Pierre. And so, and they were kind of over a barrel, and I knew it. So I had a little power, and I exerted it.
That's the only way they got me to do mornings. They pitched me to like twice. I'm like, no, I will never, ever, ever do mornings. I hate mornings. They said, well, double your salary. I said, I'll do it. And it's been a long time. And so it pulls weight. With mornings, Kevin, anything that I'm sure you have tons of standout stories. I know we've talked about Duke in the Box, which is just classic.
You should tell it again, though.
Yeah, it's such a great story.
Well, because the show started arbitrarily every day. I mean, the show started at 6, but Pierre's participation varied.
It was freeform.
The first week I was good.
First week you were good.
How many times were you driving into work listening to a best of bit?
It wasn't a best of. Kevin came up with this idea because all I had to do at 10 after 6 was introduce Earl Bailey in the newsroom, and say, good morning, that was whatever song it was, and it's 10 after 6, and here's Earl with the news.
Hi, everybody, it's 6:10, here's Earl with the news.
Well, I'd like to think it was a little crisper than that, but it really wasn't. And so, and occasionally I'd get a call, and it'd be 6:30 in the morning. I go, oh dear, and I'd still be on the couch or something, and so I'd be running down the Schuylkill, all these horrible scenarios. And so Kevin said, here's what we're going to do. We're just going to record a series of generic openings.
Yeah. So, hi everybody, it's Pierre. Good morning, and here's Earl with the news. And we did like 3 or 4 of those.
We did 10 of them.
Okay. We did 10 of them. We were nothing.
We did 10 of those mother effers.
And so there was another one that tossed it to traffic. And then yet another one that welcomed them back at a break and tossed it to music. So there was a series of these things. And since we lovingly called him the Duke of Dawn, which he was sadly not.
But he still calls me Duke to this day.
Yeah. There was these if you've ever seen an 8-track, that's what these little carts look like. They're cartridges. And so it looks like a little box. So hence it was Duke in a box.
Duke in a box. I love it.
So that's how we got around that. And he got an extra half hour, 45 minutes rest every morning, and then joined the proceedings at about 6:50.
Did he get into a groove eventually?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And like I said, it was very music centric. We needed to tell the audience that we had found our way back
To music, yes. Yeah,
so
that's an
we had a
important
lot
thing.
of funny bits that were music centric, like Name That Noodle came from that with the guitar thing.
Mm-hmm.
We also did a bit with Buzz Barkley that I love. Buzz played the organ for Baru Review, but also at the Spectrum for Flyers games. So we had this thing, we brought an organ into the studio, and we did a thing called Roller Rink Rock. And so we would you ever see like a marching band play like a really hip song, but it still sounds like well, the same thing happens on the organ.
I love it.
So we would get Buzz to play like, pick it, Stairway to Heaven or something. Yeah. But it would be this, on organ, and it would be a riot. And we used to use it as a contest to see who could name it, and they'd win prizes. So everything we did was music-centric. So he hit a stride because we were dealing in his strength.
That's fun. I love that. Did he ever? Because so we're mainly talk. I mean, we'll talk for 45 minutes and then take a quick commercial break and come back and go at it again. So you guys are playing music in the morning. Would he ever take a nap when long songs are playing? Okay.
No, he wouldn't take a nap.
He wouldn't take a nap.
No, once he got up and rolling, he was phenomenal. You know, and he was everything that the listeners hoped and everything they've come to know about him over the years. It was just a little slow at the beginning.
Yeah, but tell him the strangling story and the picture of Ryan.
Well, there are certain things in morning radio that you've got to hit on time, or else you miss them. And it's not so much that people, don't know that no offense, Kat, but the Schuylkill's pretty messed up. Everybody knows that. But it's the advertisement that goes with it, the sponsor that the people who wear the ties are most interested in. Mm-hmm. So we had to hit the traffic at a certain time, like 7:52, say, or 6:52. And if Pierre had wandered down a left turn, and I know that my window for having the traffic reporter is closing rapidly,
right?
Then I would have to hurry him up, and I would use certain visual clues after, sweat and blood pressure didn't do it. One time I wrapped my my headphone cord around my neck and pulled it like I had hung myself just to try and get his attention. Another time, I wrote a card out that said, "If not for me, then at least for him," with an arrow pointing to a picture of my son.
Because I was rambling on, and he's trying to get me to go to the traffic, and I go, "Well, but there's this thing. There's a puppy out there."
Yeah. and if you don't get the sponsorships on in time, you get in trouble because the station doesn't get paid for that, and it's a trickle-down thing. Yeah.
And with a talent like Pierre's, that would be a producer's job, is to make sure that happens, so he can concentrate on just being Pierre. Mm-hmm. My favorite story is when we were on Fox News, though, live with our old buddy Grover Silcox.
Speaking of coffee.
And so the studio down at Fifth and Market had 2 doors, a front and a back door. Grover comes in the back door with a camera live on Good Day Philadelphia, and we're all lined up, and Pierre extends his arms in a big Pierre welcome and goes, "Welcome," and knocks 16 ounces of coffee into the board.
Oh, my God.
Now we're on.
We're on live TV.
To prepare for this, we had taken, this shows you that, this was somewhere between 93 and 96, but we put on a 20-minute Bonnie Raitt archive piece in Morning Drive.
Right.
Bonnie Raitt from Sigma Sound Studio was playing, so we'd have time to Grover was doing a thing on morning radio, and so he's going to different morning shows. So we could greet him live and show him around. And as I'm reaching to greet him, just like I spilled the coffee a minute ago, I knocked my cup of coffee over and it went sailing into the board. And so my immediate challenge is, do I break a live TV shot, or do I panic and say, "Sorry, Grover, I've got to get napkins"?
Oh, no.
And so I just said, F it. And I go, Grover, how are you? And then we're chatting, and I'm showing, this is Earl here, and this is Kevin, and this is our morning. And I'm hearing this.
Oh, no.
And Bonnie Raitt is singing. And Earl then had gone to the other room, to the newsroom, and he had just taken a bite, swear to God. His wife had made him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but heavy on the peanut butter. And no sooner does he hear that we have gone off the air than he presses the button in the newsroom to go on the air. He has a mouthful of peanut butter. It was a perfect day.
Oh, that is
And but all that's changed. I'm sure. I'm sure every one of you has a spill story. Correct? Right?
Oh yeah.
All the dirt that's fit to print.
It's so far with me. It has always been on keyboards, not on the actual board. But we've lost a couple of keyboards to some coffees.
Okay.
But
Gave their life for rock.
listen, we have more keyboards. We're fine.
Right. One of the greatest things is to be sitting here as the show is going on, and you hear Pierre. And we've talked about this countless times, which is the and as you're out there and breathing in, remember the warmth of the sunshine. God damn it!
What? You guys remember this when I was producing a show at Jack Frost? Pierre was running late because he had forgotten to take the gas thing out of the. He's getting gas. He forgot to take it.
Yes.
So he drives away with it behind. So he called or texted me. He's like, "Don't tell Preston and Steve, but this happened. I'm going to be late." So, of course, the first thing I did was tell you guys about it, which then you mercifully, got him on the air for. But that was a funny moment.
Nick, do you have any highlights that you want to point out while we're talking about Pierre's 40 years at WMMR?
I'd like to reiterate what Kevin was saying about the consistency of it, because when I worked for Pierre, there wasn't really that strong of a morning show, and then there was a stretch where there wasn't really a morning show at all, and we were sort of in between and trying to figure out, and it was before Preston and Steve obviously came to MMR. And I listened to you guys at Y100, even though I worked here, and so there was Pierre was really like the cornerstone, the rock of the radio station at the time, and so that was 2001 to 2004, and so to be able to work with you for was really the beginning of my radio career. I learned a ton, and we got to do some pretty cool things. We interviewed Robin Williams, we interviewed Jon Stewart, but I think one of my favorites was Bono. He came into Philly and he was basically introducing the One campaign. He built that, and it was for debt relief in Africa and AIDS relief in Africa, and he launched that campaign here in Philly. And we went down to interview him, and we were the only radio station to go. And there were several TV stations and a lot of print, and they all got a ton more time. Is that your phone, Pierre?
That's Bill Weston, program director of WMMR's phone, who didn't mute it when he came into the studio. I'm sorry.
And this is like major Bono.
It's
hype,
Bono. Yeah,
U2.
Yeah, 2003-ish,
Yeah.
something like that. And Dikembe Mutombo was there, and just all these really impressive people. But we waited and we waited and we waited for Bono, and finally we got to sit down, and it was a really cool conversation. And then we turned that conversation, which was maybe 15, 20 minutes long, into, I don't know, a 2-hour-long special. But it was a really cool, this is what you can do with radio. This is what you can do with a radio station. And Bono, to his credit, didn't forget MMR. We were able to talk to him about his history with the radio station, and that was all because of my ability, of being able to work with you and your longevity during that whole time. But at the end of the interview, you introduced me to Bono, and I think we have a little clip of that.
Yep, I'll play that. Here we go.
This is Nick, my producer.
Thank you, because, I'm a fan.
So you heard it there. Bono's a fan. Of you. Yeah. He says, Nick, thank you, I'm a fan.
Wait, let's hear it again.
This is Nick, my producer.
Thank you, because, I'm a fan.
Yeah, there's no mistake.
Is this your son? Is it take your son to work day?
But yeah, that was one of the best.
Oh my God,
that's cool, man. Of those Bonos and of that ilk, what are some of the highlights of the people that you've had a chance to meet face to face and sit down and talk to while working here at MMR? There's a lot, I'm sure.
Decades. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah, God. Well, you think of the ones you haven't gotten, but Bono is certainly up there. I mean, to me, Graham Nash is still the best of all of them. he's not considered as famous. But I mean, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young were somewhat equivalent at various times when they could keep it together to the American version of the Beatles.
Yeah.
Fiery, relationships that they had with each other, but they made some incredible music, and it always spoke to me, like Fish speaks to Casey, or Pearl Jam speaks to Nick, and so getting to know him and them. And having all of them on at various times was pretty incredible.
Nice. When I first came to this city to work, it was all new to me. I didn't know anything in the area, and I was told about you and how you were like the voice of the city.
Yeah.
As far as radio goes, and I'll never forget because after a year of working with our program director at the time, Jim McGuinn, he would do this kind of yearly check-in with you and see where you are. And he would always ask me, he's like, well, what's your goal? What do you want to what do you want to do with this radio thing? And I said, I want to be like Pierre Robert. I said, I want to be a name that's synonymous with the town. I want to be somebody that people tune into and listen to and trust and have a relationship with this town. You know what And I told him that, a few years in a row. And what I wanted to ask you was, since you were a transplant as well, is when did that start to, now, even though you may never admit that you're, the voice of the radio here in the city in Philadelphia, but when did Philly become home to you? Do you remember how far into working here at MMR that all of a sudden it felt like, okay, this is, I'm connected to this town?
I think it was, we've been blessed here to have these two huge morning shows, John in the 80s and into the 90s, and you guys from the 2000s on. And I started just working in the music library, and then I was on the air here on the weekends within a week or two. And then after about 7 or 8 months of making $3.50 an hour, I was near poverty. My first paycheck was $77 for like 3 weeks of work, and I go, "This is going to be rough."
Mm-hmm.
And it was, but it all worked out. But then I got the overnight show. Did that for a year and a half or so, and that's why overnights are so important, because they teach people how to be on the radio.
Oh, for sure.
And so many stations have eliminated the overnight show and go to tape or whatever, and it's so wrong. Because there's a whole network of people that keep people up and help, that are making the world run when people sleep, first of all. And secondly of all, for young talent, it gives them the ability to learn how to be on the radio.
Right.
And then the guy who did the midday show left, Steve Sutton, to go to YSP. And, and I was too afraid to even ask for it. But I was doing Saturday days in addition to overnights.
Could I talk to you for a minute?
Oh my God.
And Charlie Kendall and Joe Bonadonna had hired me, and then this guy George Harris was the program director, and I said, well, can I fill in till you find someone for the midday? And he goes, yeah, that's a good idea.
Good move.
And I was scared to even do that. And then I did it for a month or 2 months or 3 months. And finally, Joe Bonadonna came in and said, they're thinking of you now for this midday show. And I think it was about the time I finally realized I think I want that, because I was almost wanting to stay on the overnights because it was just quieter and a little less high profile. And then they gave it to me. And then between John in the morning and me and Joe Bonadonna in the afternoon, Bubba John Stevens, Michael Tierson, Lynn Kratz, that classic lineup was on the air. How many years would you say?
About 8.
Yeah.
Consistently 8.
And it was gigantic. I mean, we were beating KYW on a regular basis. It was this roller coaster ride that was, and it was somewhere in that process that
So
I
when
felt.
you hit that lineup, that's when
you
it started
felt
to settle in.
Yeah.
And that's what's great is you grew into that position. I mean, you weren't a jock they brought in and said, here's your new midday guy,
Right.
and let's, you grew into it. You took baby steps and grew with this radio station. We have to take a break, by
Okay.
the way.
I'm sorry.
And we're going to come back with more. No, but Casey did a producer thing and nudged my elbow, so.
See, they'll do that.
Right, exactly. Or he could wrap the cord around his neck and hang himself. But we're gonna talk some more. So let me take this break because we got to fit these spots in for Kevin's son. And we'll come back with more of the 40 years of the Pierre Robert experience on MMR, which is this weekend, the anniversary of. So hang on to that story. We'll come back in just a second, all right?
Preston and Steve.
Appearance over. Appearance over.
Appearance over.
Yeah,
Appearance over.
yeah.
Attention.
We've got our winner.
So put the golf ball away.
Appearance over.
And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, somebody comes walking out and they look at the side of their car and it's got a big dent in it, and I didn't fess up to it.
All right. How many years ago?
You're 15,
you're
16.
An adult man.
I know. Wow. Here I am. I'm confessing it right now.
Now,
that was not cool.
Don't say. But do you remember what kind of car or what color it was or anything like that? Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But it was, I remember them looking down and them looking around, and here I...
People do that all the time.
Hands in my pocket.
Didn't we have a potato gun at one event? And we had it. It was like on a mortar, and we shot it into the parking lot. And didn't we hit a car?
Nope, that never happened. Nope, I think there was another.
You come to any of our events, park far away.
I regret it. I wouldn't mind making good on that.
Well, listen,
not really.
What are you gonna buy a new car 15 years later?
I heard what you said, you son of a bitch. I spent years trying to figure out how that happened. I thought it was my fault.
Yeah, what would you guys say would be like a movie theme
Wars?
Or score? Yes, Casey, it's number one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to-
no, it's all right.
No, you were asked.
That got 24% of the votes. Almost a quarter of people surveyed cited that as the most memorable.
What percentage are John Williams scores at the top?
Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, Indiana Jones.
Nope, it's just the one.
Oh,
so because after that
007?
Nope, Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
Bee Gees.
Yep. So Night Fever, Night Fever.
Stay alive, stay alive.
Or Staying Alive, I guess.
Stay alive.
You know what that needed?
And you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty dancing.
13%.
But that's not a theme song. It's not like when the movie started, it was like, now I had. No, like that's.
We're dirty dancing. Dirty dancing.
By the way, I saw
He's right
that.
though. There's no dirty dancing theme.
No.
There are songs within Dirty Dancing that are songs.
By the way, I saw on a commercial the other day for some food product. They used Hungry Eyes from that soundtrack as well.
Yes.
Hungry
Eyes. What's that other? She's like the wind.
Hungry Eyes.
I mean, my favorite song from that movie is this one.
I love this.
Who's this hula hana of come on, I wanna hula back.
What were the hits from the soundtrack? You had that. You had the
You had Hungry Eyes. You had Time in My Life. Those were the two biggies.
right,
And
and then
was,
She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind was in that as
and
well.
that's Patrick Swayze singing that,
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
They had so many hits that were already songs. And it was such a popular album that they made two of them.
What was the one? Hey, lover boy. Remember when they were
How do you call your lover boy?
lip syncing that one?
I simply say.
What was that?
I simply say, baby.
Oh, yeah.
My sweet baby.
Here you go. We have the list.
Do you remember the Dirty Dancing tour that happened?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Be My Baby, Hungry Eyes, Stay. Oh, from the Zodiacs. Oh.
Is that?
Oh, won't you stay? Jesus Christ. And then it says yes. There were more songs in this.
What's yes? Wait, what's yes?
I don't know. But it was by Mary Clayton. So
I was in 7th grade when that movie came out, and I remember kids on the bus listening to that record because it was so popular, and it was such a resurgence for that type of music, for that style of music, and for that age of music.
Well, really,
that they put out a second record.
The Big Chill was, I think
similar.
Two years prior to that, and that, I mean, that was an entire summer that I lived off of that soundtrack.
So we're looking at the track listing here for Dirty Dancing. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Was that it?
No.
Different one?
I wanna know if you feel
Overload. Don't know that one. Off the title. I'm sure we know every single one of these songs. Love is Strange. I think that's the one, Kathy. Hey, lover boy.
Okay.
Why don't you come over here, little...
Hey, boy. My name is Man Thing. Why don't you come over here and let's
dance. Baby. I'm dirty dancing all over your face.
Just don't try not to move.
Don't move. This hurts.
Now do the lift.
We're filthy dancing. I'll lift you up.
Remember that remake?
A day after the season 13 finale of America's Got Talent, finalist Michael Ketterer was arrested for domestic violence.
Whoa.
Well, it shows the system works because he only came in 5th place.
Well, what did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is his name, and I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
A singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas casino.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain and that's it?
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any air supply.
One of our nation's heroes. You're probably doing
so
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry.
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
Very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I've ever seen.
And I'm bringing back my whole family. It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. This is a student pilot.
Yes.
And I have not heard this yet.
Student pilot is soloing for the first time. So they've got their lessons, and now they're going to take it up and fly it by themselves.
Yeah, so she spent many hours training.
Yes.
And ready for her solo flight. And
upon takeoff, she's in flight, and they notice one of her wheels, it's fixed wheels, has fallen off.
Okay.
The aircraft.
We have the audio of this, and I haven't heard it yet.
Maggie, this is John. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, you're doing a great job flying the airplane. Keep doing what you're doing. We got plenty of time. You got plenty of fuel. We got plenty of daylight. So just try to relax. And you always heard me say go back to basics. So we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh, my God. I'm choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
Yeah, beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie. Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no,
here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to pretend?
To sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's license?
You became a pilot?
No, but
He's
you
an
fly.
astronaut now.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is? Okay.
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. We're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the whole, the difference is they're just speaking a different language. But it's, is that I love you?
No, I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery. So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trung.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had, a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to The Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells
It's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
That's Truck You.
Oh, okay.
Sell them for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Del Toyota, man. No, not Truck You. Truck.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truck You.
Truck Nhu.
Jack, sell them for less.
Jack, sell them for less.
I love you.
Pierre Robert has been here for 40 years as of this weekend, because we're not really sure exactly the first date that your air shift started, but this is kind of traditionally the weekend that the celebration is celebrated, for lack of a better word. And man, I was going to ask you something. Oh, I know what we're going to do real quick. We need to. We're going to skip the bizarre file because we're talking to Pierre.
Sorry
and
about
friends.
that, bizarre fans.
But it's brought to you. It would have been brought to you by Iron Hill Brewery, our fine sponsor. Top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers are now available everywhere that craft beer is sold locally. You can visit ironhillbrewery.com and click Beer Finder to find a retailer near you. If you're just joining us, it's Pierre, 40 years at MMR, and we brought in his producers throughout the years, of course, Nick McElwain and Kevin Gunn, Jason Fan, and Pancake. And what I realized is this is like all of the ex-wives getting together of some person that for one reason or another just you couldn't make the relationship last.
Well, it's like that
And they
Bachelor
swap the
recap,
stories,
right? That
Yeah.
episode where they bring back all the potential women.
I've driven them all away over the years. It's not easy. I don't wish it on anyone. Jason, I think, stayed the longest. God bless you, lad.
Oh, I think Pancake's pretty close to.
I am 8 years now.
Pancake was an intern on our show,
right?
And we were definitely pulling for you to get this position when it became available. You were checking out a few people. Tell what was it about Pancake, Pierre, that worked for you?
His sports knowledge.
Yeah. Took me over the top.
Yes. I don't know what it was. I mean, but his drive, what he did for you guys, just the ability to go above and beyond.
He has that thing that Marissa has.
Right.
Like he will bring it to you when you
Before
didn't when you didn't even know you knew it. It's like Radar from MASH. You didn't know you needed this, and all of a sudden you've got it. And that's what we saw in him anyway.
Yeah. No, it's definitely that. But he's become an incredible editor and producer, much like Jason. Uncovered all those tapes. Jason found all the vintage IDs too, and remastered those. So some of those legendary things from the 70s. But Pancake has also become this incredible producer and editor, and I mean he can really make things sound incredibly well.
So stunned to hear that you did not have a meticulous archiving system that you were employing.
Yeah.
What's really tough
I've got
is that,
boxes of tapes.
Yeah, and Jason had done a ton of work, and we everything was put onto CDs that the company bought for us, and they didn't necessarily buy the nicer, more expensive CDs. So a lot of those CDs started to go bad. So we put them all on a nice hard drive on a computer.
I heard that process.
And then they came in and they changed our computers out without telling us, and we lost plenty of that stuff. Yeah, we actually lost a good amount of that stuff. There's still some that we were we did find back, but there was a lot of that stuff.
Oh.
Well, the CDs just went bad. Yeah.
We have some archive stuff. I'm going to play some now, but I also want to remind people, if you want to check it out, we're streaming on YouTube, and maybe you can see some of these guys you haven't seen before, like Kevin Gunn or Pancake or Jason, because they've always been on the radio.
That's right, yes.
But they're here in our studio, and you can watch our YouTube channel. We're streaming now. So here's a clip that we're going to play, and this is a crossover, meaning when shifts are changing here, usually the two DJs will talk, and John DeBella and you would try to do a crossover when you would come in after the show, right?
Right, and much like you guys and I do one every day, John and I did one every day. And at the time, you'll also hear a gentleman in the background, Grover Silcox, who's a very funny comedian and would appear on all the local comedy clubs and is still a fixture in the Philadelphia area. Lob in a great comment from the side as we were discussing cows.
All right, here we go.
Gonna be Braunschweiger, you know what I mean? Hey, CPS, CPS,
I don't think Pierre saw this picture yet.
I don't know, Pierre. Did you see the picture of the cow? You see the picture of the cow, huh?
You'll be joining Save the Cows.
What do you see?
I definitely enjoyed the call. That man was very nice.
I thought he was very nice, too. He was an amazing guy, you know what I mean?
I thought he was a very pleasant man. I love cows.
I know you do. I know.
And I don't eat them either.
I know you love cows. You don't eat them.
Cows, I don't eat them.
But you do something even dumber than eating cows.
What's that?
You talk to them while driving past in cars.
Well, no, not only that. I have been known to stop a car and go over to a cow field and they'll stop what they're doing
and say, "Are we on the right side of the fence?"
And they look up and they look at you with this big expression like, "What an ass."
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. Moo.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yes, it hasn't changed that much.
Well, no, I mean, and I occasionally, this may be hard to believe, but John was very rigid. He would go into this song called "The Bright Side of Life" from Monty Python.
Yes.
And at the end of that, there'd be a couple of shout outs we'd do. And then he'd go and he'd say this little closing line, and then he'd say, "And hey there, Willie." And he called me Willie because on the logs you sign your full name. So he would see William, so he started calling me Willie. And this one time, I lived at the Art Museum area, 22nd and Greenish, and I got a little late start, and I'm jamming down 21st Street, and then I kept hitting yellow lights, and then I would go past Walnut to Locust. I'd make a left on Locust, go up to 20th Street and make a left and go up, and there was a parking lot there, an open lot, and that's where I was parking. I made the left on Locust, and I go down, and all of a sudden they're doing road work, and all of a sudden I can't back up, and cars are behind me, and I just gotten all these memos from the suits going, "You have got to stop missing the crossover." And John, unlike you guys, would just very kind. "Pierre's up next," which is all you had to do. But no, he would have to say, "Oh, guess who's not here? Oh, Pierre's not here. Oh, he's late." And I'd be running down Walnut Street, and UPS drivers going, "DeBella said you're late." I go, "Do you think I don't know that?" Because I don't like my lateness. It's a birth defect. And so I'm going, "Oh no, not after the last memo," which came from the general manager. And I go, oh. And with that, my mother had died, and she left me her 1974 Coupe de Ville Cadillac, which I was driving and parking on the street until I ran it into the ground. But then I said, "I can't do this." And I put it in drive, and I pulled it halfway up on the sidewalk and halfway off of the sidewalk, and it's a big car. I put on the flashers, and I locked it, and I started running. The construction guy goes, "What the hell are you doing?" I said, "I'll send someone for it." And I sprinted down Locust Street, through Rittenhouse Square, across Walnut Street, into the Wellington building, hit the button, up to the third floor, sprinted down the hallway right when he says, "Hey, Willie." And I go, "Hello." And I made it.
Man. And who did you send to go get the car? Or did you end up having to go
An
get
intern, probably. I don't know.
Or a producer.
Yeah.
I didn't have producers
wow.
then.
Oh, man. That's a hell of a story. We have a clip of when you got to throw out the first pitch at the Phillies game, I believe. Is that what this is?
That's what this is. Jason was very instructive in helping me learn how to pitch.
It was a clinic that we were watching the progress.
Yes, he says you throw like a girl.
Well, you got pretty good, actually. You really did. And then it culminated in this clip and what happened, which was amazing.
Well, because everyone tries to throw the thing hard.
Right.
And then it hits the dirt runway. And so, and Nick was there to support as well. And so, and the woman says, here, stand on the runway. I said, if I'm going to fail, I'm going to stand on the elevated thing of dirt.
Right.
And she goes, no, stand on the runway. I said, no, I'm standing on the damn dirt. If I'm going to be booed, I'm going to be booed in the best, highest location. So I stood on the dirt, and I'm throwing to the fanatic.
All right, here we go.
Popular in all your personalities. 93.3 WMMR since 1981.
All right, Dan Baker just announced Pierre. He's got his tie-dye lab coat on. The Fanatic just took his big tie-dye top hat, gave him a blue Phillies hat. Here he is, fluffing his hair. The Fanatic's behind home plate. Yeah, he's shaking off one of the signs. No, he doesn't like that. Nope, shaking off another sign. All right, he's got it. Gives him the thumbs up. Here it comes. He's getting set. Here's the windup and the throw. Oh! That was a great pitch. I cannot believe it. He made it. He made it past home plate. He gives the Fanatic a big hug. Wow, that ball was a little outside, a little high, but that was, I mean, for all intents and purposes, that was a strike. Pierre takes off the tie-dye lab coat, holding the ball, gives the Fanatic a high five as he walks off. What are the odds? All right, he's with us right now. Pierre, what'd you think?
I think I nailed it.
I think you nailed it too. You know what this means?
No.
You have one hell of a coach.
I had a hell of a coach. Bring Brazier Man over here. How'd I do?
I got to tell you, I was extremely impressed. In fact, I'm going on record. That was 10 times better than Matt Cord's throw.
All right, let's go to Nick McElwain. Nick, what do you think?
Wholly impressed, very surprised. You shook off a couple of signs by the Fanatic. You delivered a strike, Pierre. You didn't screw up, man. You nailed it. Congratulations.
On behalf of the Academy, I'd like to accept this award for all the players who have tried, who have failed, who have not succeeded, including several presidents of the United States, which, my friends, is further evidence that I should be the next president.
Oh, my God.
No one's cheering.
Oh, the Fanatic just gave him a big kiss.
What a day for a ball game.
What a country. God bless America and our boys in blue.
And our boys in blue.
You know, there are people who are absolute hardcore baseball fans who botched that first pitch thing. You did really well. It was amazing.
All right, let's ask about some of the origins since we heard Boys in Blue there. Okay, you've been saying that for ages. You've been here for 40 years. When do you think that started? Is that something you've always said?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. It just came along in a
Well,
all right.
it's what you say about the police. The police are the boys.
Yeah. Correct.
So somewhere I morphed that into one color is easier than all these other colors.
What about Good Citizens? Where and when did that come from?
We were having a tornado, and we were on Rittenhouse Square, and I would open the window regularly on the square. And the great thing about being downtown for a radio station is you really are part of the vibration of the city and the heartbeat of the city, and no better place in the city that we ever had. It was our best location was Rittenhouse Square, because you could open the window and the square would be filled with business people or students or old people or young people, and you'd hear the sound of buses going by or sirens and people yell up requests. And so we had a tornado warning, and it was ferocious winds, and I opened the window and leaned out the air with a microphone, and some guy in a suit is walking by, and his tie is being blown way back, and his hair, and he's barely able to walk down Walnut Street towards 19th. And I remembered the thing from Batman. Remember when they climbed the
Citizen.
They climbed the building.
Yes. Batman and Robin would
open a window.
You know, Jerry Lewis would open the window. It was always a cameo of some famous person, and Batman would go, "Good day, citizen," as you were. And so I leaned out and I go, "Good day, citizen. How is it down there?" You know, he didn't hear me, but that's the first
cool.
time.
So from Batman,
never knew that origin story.
Or maybe he did.
All right. How about Great Day in the Morning?
You know,
when you were doing mornings?
I don't know where I started using it, but it comes from it's a Kellogg box. It's on the side of a Kellogg's cornflakes box.
Great day in the morning?
I think, or used to be when I was a kid.
It's from a slogan? A
It
slogan
would
on the
just
box.
say it on the box, I
Huh.
think.
Great day in the morning.
Yeah.
And have you been saying that for as long as you've been on the radio?
I
Do you
don't know.
You don't know?
I don't
Okay.
know.
All right. Some of these things just they
Well,
appear.
now,
They just
God Bless the
appear.
Grateful Dead is not mine.
Right.
That's from this legendary DJ at KSAN. His name was Tom O'Hare. He has since passed away. But he would say it, and he's not with us anymore and had been out of radio for some time even when I started. And I go, what a great way to introduce the Grateful Dead.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Okay. Any other, you guys have any phrases?
Nothing
or
original
anything?
at all. It's,
Where did this come from, Pierre?
What about
Pow, 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 kaboomba!
the workforce blocks existed before you took over middays, right?
Yeah, several people had done them. This guy, John Bradley, you may recall him, Kev. I
Yeah.
don't know.
The Colorado kid, John
yeah.
Bradley, did middays.
He was the
so,
first guy to do blocks.
so laid back he fell over. Yeah, so that was John Bradley who started the workforce blocks.
And then a bunch of different people did them.
We found the ad that said, Connor found it, that said, great day in the morning. You are correct. That was on Frosted Flakes.
There you go.
There you go.
At some point. So you just kind of ran with that, and it's become
My
one
thing.
of your
Where did
catchphrases.
their great come from?
I don't know.
You invented Toyota-thon, isn't that true?
Where did put a tiger in your tank come from?
We have another piece of audio. It says Pierre's 30th locations montage.
Oh, Jason put this together.
Yeah.
So,
Hang on.
I mean, one of the things I'm proud of is how many different things I've done live. From, I've ridden an elephant live. I've, skied down the mountain. I've been on roller coasters. I've flown Pink Floyd's blimp. And broadcast from a lot of different locations. So this is either the location or the in-action montage. I'm not quite sure which, or maybe both.
All right, here we go.
Well, it's a beautiful day in Philadelphia in front of the Art Museum steps. We've arrived at this park along the banks of the Schuylkill River. We are, at this moment, floating down the Delaware River at the corner of Market and 15th, adjoining City Hall. We are up here near Temple University. We are now turning onto 676 westbound as we stroll down Lyceum Street, right off of Main Street, on Maniac Street, on Peachin Street. Pierre's Party Patrol has arrived. Pierre's colossally cool Christmas caravan of love. Pierre's Parking Lot Party Patrol. Pierre's Cooling Caravan.
You love alliteration, don't you?
Yeah, you gotta love that. We're down in the big joint tonight here at the Festival Pier. Our Theater, at the Electric Factory, here at the TLA, at the Man, at the Spectrum, at the Licorice Center, at the S Center, at the Tweeter Center. Pierre's Good Citizens Park. Huge fireworks are going off over Lincoln Park.
We're standing on the vacated Live 8 stage.
From the stage of Live 8, standing on the stage at Farm Aid. And that appears to conclude Live Earth.
Woodstock 94 here in Saugerties, New York.
Woodstock 1999.
At the Historic Amnesty International Concert.
Here at the Muse Show, the No Nukes concerts.
Live coverage of the wall is happening here in Berlin tonight.
Here in the heart of Manhattan. Here we are at the Ocean Drive in Sea Isle City.
I now stand on the National Mall. We have arrived up in Toronto on the legendary Las Vegas Strip.
Okay, we've begun our descent into Paris.
We are rolling down the streets of Breckenridge, Colorado. Live from San Francisco for the home of rock and roll.
Dude,
That's
that is one of the
amazing.
coolest montages I've ever heard.
Wow.
That is
Jason
so
did that.
cool.
One of my fondest memories really is making those clips because that was your idea and you don't know how to use the computer. But I think back my time producing for you, and we made such a great team with things like that. You would have these ideas for these audio clips, and then we'd sit down and I would put it together on Pro Tools and other things. And even today when I listen to the shows and hear you playing the clips of the summer montage or the welcome back, the welcome home ID and all that stuff, I take a lot of pride in that. Like you and I made that together, and it continues to have life all these years later. And I really that has a special place in my heart.
The welcome home ID is so warm.
Yeah.
It is. I love hearing
beautiful.
that. I love hearing that. It makes me feel great.
Cozy.
That other people are hearing that and that they are that person
Yes.
that we are speaking to that just got back. I'm getting a little choked up talking
Yeah,
about it right
yeah.
now. Did you write that?
I had the idea for it, and I thought we could put together all these songs that reference it, because I had been doing it prior to that ID at this time of year or at any holiday. It's just really nice. A lot you can sort of feel the energy of people coming back into the area. And I thought, this would be something other people could play if they so desire. But it's nice to have you back with us. Now with the internet as it is and the ability to stream or all the various the apps that they have, people are listening to us around the country and around the world.
Mm-hmm.
And so last year we didn't have as many people coming home, so I could still welcome them home. If you're listening to us, you're home. But still a lot of people come in, and a lot of people report to us to this day that if they're driving into the area, they really feel it when they cross that ridge or whatever it is where 93.3 starts to become crystal clear.
Yes.
And they pick up MMR on their real radio.
I mean, for all the time, and all of you guys, and in general, the station has been responsible for that. And we talk about people who, who listen to the station around the clock, and it's not just okay. This is a noise. It's a collection of friends that have been with them over the years. It's an amazing thing.
There's a real intimacy to it.
Yeah.
And that's not lost on us. There's two things that I want to say before we wrap this up. The first is that often in this business, being a producer is a thankless job. And I never felt like I wasn't thanked by you. And I want to express my gratitude for you just saying the words thank you. It always meant a lot to me. I know you did the same for Kevin and for Pancake and for Jason. And so you went out of your way, be it a live broadcast or just being somewhere, you always made a point to say thank you. So that meant a lot to me, and I wanted to share that with you. And the other thing is I've been lucky enough to work for you and with you for a long time. And then with Preston and Steve for 17 years at this point, which is pretty remarkable. And beyond grateful that Preston and Steve and the show were inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame, and it's now time for Pierre Robert to be inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame. So it's overdue, and I hope that Beasley campaigns for it at some point because it's well deserved, and you need it at this point. It's you should be in the Radio Hall of Fame.
I got some intel that might be a thing that may be coming up in the not too distant future. I know it doesn't mean much to you, but
no, it means a lot to me. But I would rather see Jerry Blavat be in. He's 80. Yeah. He still rides his bicycle all over town. He's in great shape. But I'd rather see Sid Mark, who does a Sinatra show. Those two, living legends in Philadelphia. I think they deserve it before I do. But be that as it may.
Sid might be in.
Maybe he is. Okay.
I'm not if somebody can search on that because I want to say that.
I mean, he's in the local Radio Hall of Fame, as am I, as are you. There's a Philadelphia Radio Hall of Fame. But anyway.
Yeah. We have another piece of audio here. It says Pierre driving. Do we know what that is?
Okay, so
this is when you were in NASCAR.
Okay.
This is an action montage. I think Jason also put this together of, being in motion and being on the air doing it.
Okay, here we go.
And we are at this moment floating down the Delaware River. Pierre Robert, having broadcast from a lot of different locations before in my 23 years almost on the air. But what radio station brings you live water? The sun is out shining. It's a perfect day for our day off on the slopes. I am skiing down the mountain live on WMMR. Everything that rocks. What ride are we on, Jason?
This one's called the Talon.
We just went upside down again. We twirled. Oh, this is better than a dead show. Oh, this is what it's like to fly.
Pierre Robert, 8:18 in the morning. It's a beautiful day to fly. We're in Pink Floyd's ship, the Air Division. Charles, how high are we?
We're about 1,200 feet over the city. What I need you to do is go ahead and take the yoke.
All right. Oh, we're turning. Oh, she's turning. Oh, she's going down. Oh, boy.
Pembroke Station, Pembroke. I got that call. My first set this time. This is very exciting. Very exciting. Okay, we're underway. Get out of our way.
Bill, are we ready to start the car?
Let's go, buddy.
All right, fire it up. At the Nazareth Speedway, Pierre Robert saying farewell, good citizens.
We're following Mario Andretti in his black Dodge Viper. We are going through Fairmount Park like I have never gone through Fairmount Park before. I tell you, I've ridden on roller coasters. I have piloted airships before, but never have I raced through Grand Prix style in Dodge Vipers capable of speeds that these are capable of. Oh my God, where are we driving? My hair is flying.
flying more than it ever did on the billboard. Back to you on 93.3 WMMR. Dear God in heaven, this is greatness.
Oh, that's the best.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
That's the guy we needed when you were doing mornings.
Oh my goodness!
Be right there. Okay.
Wow.
Oh man.
There you have it.
So, go ahead.
We got to wrap.
Yeah.
We got to take a break.
Sorry,
but,
I took up so much
No,
time.
we wanted
Are you
this.
kidding me? That's what
Yeah,
that's exactly
it's all
why
good.
we wanted to have you and Jason and Gunner and Pancake and everybody in here this morning was to spend some time talking about this. And the station actually this coming weekend or this whole Thanksgiving special is going to be. You're obviously doing your ritual tomorrow.
Right. We will be on doing Pancake and I will be on with 3 playings of Alice's Restaurant Cake. Pancake, yo!
That is correct. Three playings. 10
He was
o'clock.
trying to think about-
I'm watching the other room really quickly. Yes, 10 o'clock. We will play the revisited version.
Why won't
at
this
noon.
man leave me alone?
and vinyl at 2. Yes.
Someone was talking to him in the other studio.
Sorry.
This guy is a nightmare.
No, I imitate all the time what I think he's saying about me. Oh, God,
does,
get me out of here. Please let me go.
And I think there's some stuff coming up over the weekend as well. They're going to be playing clips like we have been playing over the last couple of days. So, but thank you guys for coming in and sharing some stories. It is so much fun. And
One last thing.
Yes, please.
I just, without our listeners, none of us could be here.
No.
And that's the point that we all have to make. This station has been blessed to have been through a number of incarnations in its sound and its personalities over the years. And our audience has stayed with us and grown through the years. It's very rare for a station to have generations that could be 15 to 55 to 85 years old that are listening and everywhere in between in all walks of life and listening now all over the country, but certainly here in this area. And you guys have been a vital part of maintaining that and growing that. But all of us as a team are blessed to have you, our listeners, there for us as the foundation, because we wouldn't have been here 2 days, let alone, you know.
But it's the truth to say, and not overstating it, not hyperbolic to say you are the face of MMR. You are at the center of it all, and it's worth stepping back and celebrating all this time. It's an amazing achievement.
Well said. Well said. Excellent. Pierre Robert, ladies and gentlemen. One last thing. We need a winner for our secret text word. You, sir, get to pick the number caller that we are going to take right now. 215-263 WMMR. Be caller number
40.
Hey! They're going to love that.
Sorry, Connor.
40 callers. We'll
Connor's going, what a moron.
This son of a bitch.
take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
On 93.3.
You,
Okay.
who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks New, come home
What you
with
gonna
me.
do?
She says, come home with me, yeah? New then heads back to stand before Trung. She says, I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time.
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
quite stunning.
Yeah, the Bachelor weighs in asking you, if you decide this, would you feel regretful? This doesn't change my decision, he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
I'm not going to give this rose to anyone else. Truck.
Sell them for less.
Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truck New.
Sell them for less.
Jack,
No.
sell them for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But New seems to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry. And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Truck New decided to return after...
I can never sell them for less. My heart is broken, and I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
Just notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at the CIA.
There's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, "Did you get him?" He said, "No, the line there was even longer than the line here."
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe we don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all as a week.
I would say try veal, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. These are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up. Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips?
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking it up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh, she's a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh. Left. Right. Left. 2 barks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to the dog.
That is not fair to the dog.
No.
Right. And
I mean, it's got to bark fast. And you never know if they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
did we even say the words skiing eye dog?
Nick just
oh,
said
you
it.
did?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I missed it. They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up on the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Turtle.
Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh, my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get
I
out
knew
of there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after?
Right.
We're going to get to Lesson Question, Trash,
7
Music,
days,
News,
yeah.
and then we have one more little 40th anniversary surprise that we're going to go to. So let's do the lesson question. Today's question is, all right, what was Pierre's first job in broadcasting? That was from 6:20 this morning. That's going to be a tough one. Let's see if you remember. Steve had said it. It was Pierre's first job in broadcasting. It's not true.
No.
215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the number. We'll do the trash while you give us a call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, the last thing you need, by the way, this is brought to you by Horizon Services. The last thing you need is plumbing problems with visitors in town. And Horizon Services is offering up up to $200 off select plumbing repairs with same-day service. You can visit horizonservices.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, as we said earlier, Preston, Good Morning America's Michael Strahan revealing he'll be part of the crew for Blue Origin's next space flight. Strahan says he's already been fitted for a spacesuit and a special helmet, which has windshield wipers inside the visor.
Oh, my God.
Director Ridley Scott is blaming the lack of box office success for his recent film, The Last Duel, on younger people, saying they're always staring at their phones. Scott also observed that they're always throwing their ball into his backyard and blasting that darn rock and roll. And finally, the third installment on the Trolls series, Trolls 3, has gotten an official release date of November 17th, 2023. According to DreamWorks, Trolls 3 will pick up where Trolls 2 left off, with parents dragging crying kids out of theaters and promising never again. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're looking for somebody who knows the answer to this question, and it is as follows. What was Pierre Robert's first job in broadcasting? Not really, by the way, and it was said early this morning in the 6 o'clock hour. And if you happen to know that answer, and I can get you through on the phone line, you're going to win a prize. And we do have a caller, and it is it Shanna or Shauna? I can't really, what's your name?
It's Shauna, like Shana.
Shauna. I like that. Shauna, what was Pierre's first job in broadcasting?
I believe he was a sportscaster.
Sportscaster, yes. Hang on, Shauna. We're going to give you the unnerving horror thriller, A House on the Bayou, on digital. A family vacation takes a sinister turn when neighbors show up for dinner uninvited, which is testing the family's fragile bond and forcing dark secrets to come to light. You can buy or rent it on digital and on demand right now, unrated, from Paramount Pictures. Let's get into music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. Music news brought to you by Horizon Services. Their Black Friday Total Heating event is back. You can get a free upgrade when you buy a new heating and cooling system installed as soon as tomorrow, or it is free. Visit horizonservices.com. I just have two quick things to mention. The nominations for the 2022 Grammy Awards saw many rock and pop legends once again being singled out for this year's top musical honors. In the coveted Best Rock Album and Best Rock Performance category, Paul McCartney is pitted against AC/DC, Chris Cornell, and Foo Fighters.
Well, that's an actual legitimate category.
Absolutely. Prince's Sign of the Times is up against Joni Mitchell's Archives Volume 1, The Early Years, in the Best Historical Album category, while George Harrison's All Things Must Pass 50th Anniversary Edition nominated for Best Boxed or Special Limited Edition Package.
This historical category is interesting.
That is interesting, isn't it? So there's a few other rock-based categories. Best Rock Song goes, the nominees are All My Favorite Songs from Weezer, The Bandit from Kings of Leon, Distance from Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen.
That is great. It's a nomination.
And he's going up against Paul McCartney with Finding My Way. I know.
How proud would his dad be?
Totally. And Dave Grohl and Foo Fighters for Waiting on a War.
Man.
So those are a few of them. But yeah, that's pretty awesome. And I'm really happy for Wolfgang. By the way, Machine Gun Kelly is not happy about his Grammy snub.
He got snubbed, didn't he?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
He won Top Rock Artist at the Billboard Music Awards and Favorite Rock Artist at the American Music Awards. And he tweeted, WTF is wrong with the Grammys on Tuesday. Oh, shut up.
Yeah.
Despite topping the Billboard Top 200 charts with his 2020 album Tickets to My Downfall, the rocker has never been nominated for a Grammy.
He's just started rocking.
And one last thing, the long wait is finally over for Peter Jackson's The Beatles Get Back documentary.
Yes.
The 3-part documentary will roll out over 3 days, starting tomorrow, and then Friday and Saturday, exclusively on Disney+. All told, the complete running time for all 3 parts comes out at about 8 hours of never-before-seen footage of the Fab Four at work. This is amazing.
I'm out of my mind. It's going to be amazing. Now, you might be able to find it on Disney tonight, like after 9 o'clock.
Sometimes that happens, yeah. The January 1969 footage features the band in the midst of rehearsing and recording Let It Be, and spotlights the band at Twickenham Film Studio, their Apple Basement Studios, and eventually the Apple Rooftop, where they gave their final performance on January 30th, 1969. The film has been compiled of over 55 hours of unseen footage filmed by Michael Lindsay Hogg in 1969, 140 hours of mostly unheard audio recordings from the Let It Be album sessions. This is great stuff.
Peter Jackson took a lot of time, very meticulous, and actually Gandalf appears in it as well. Preston.
Oh, my
So
goodness.
that's-
I didn't know he was. Well, he's an old soul.
Why don't you try that again?
Yeah. He was producing them at that point. He
Doesn't
didn't
quite sound plucky enough.
But they
You know,
eventually
the
did.
elves play an instrument, a kind of lute thing. I think it would be appropriate here.
So there you go. That is what I have in music news for you. We welcome back Pierre Robert.
Hey!
We're going to welcome him back a couple of times. You're not done yet, man. So we have a guest.
Yes.
We have two guests, actually, that are going to come in now.
Okay.
With a very special moment for you.
Okay.
Commemorating 40 years on 93.3 WMMR. And we would like to welcome two people into our studios this morning, and we're going to direct them over to the microphones. City Representative for the Philadelphia Mayor's Office, Miss Sheila Hess is here this morning. And Councilman at Large, Councilman David O. is here as well this morning. Good morning to you both. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Preston.
It is great to see you guys. So with Pierre's 40 years being at WMMR, not just being in the industry or being in this market, but actually being in this very radio station for this length of time is worthy of some recognition, and that's what we have here this morning. And we'll start with you, Sheila.
I have to agree. Pierre, I know you had mentioned that back in 1981 you received a letter on South Street from some palm reader saying that something good was going to happen to you, right?
Right.
Fast forward 40 years, I have for the citizen, that would be you. On behalf of Mayor Kenny, we want to say great day in the morning, and what it is an honor to be here to celebrate you, the extraordinary career that you have built here in the city of Philadelphia. So we have a mayoral citation for you. So for the citizen, we have a citation, and it's going to be in memory of your 40th anniversary here at WMMR and for all of our great listeners. So we are honored. I just want to read an excerpt for it. And it says, Philadelphia is a place where some of the great musicians have made their mark. And it truly takes someone extraordinary and special to make that individual create a deep and lasting connection with our residents, your listeners, and it's the love of music. And it's what you do. You are that unique individual, Pierre. Anyone who meets you once remembers you always. You just have that special connection with all of your listeners and anyone that comes across to meet Pierre. I remember meeting him at Live Aid long time ago, and I was like, who is that man? And here we are. I am honored to present you with this citation on behalf of Mayor Kenny, but you do so much good, not just music, but you do so much good for our community, and we cannot be more grateful and humbled for all that you do for the nonprofits, the philanthropy. There's a deep connection that you have with our citizens. You embody so many extraordinary qualities that our residents in our city, and we commend and applaud you for 40 years of your dedicated service. And that is why, on behalf of the mayor and the entire city of Philadelphia, it is my honor to officially recognize Pierre Robert with his mayor's citation in honor of your 40th anniversary. And here's to 40 more years in the city of Philadelphia. We wish you the best of luck, continued success, and it is an honor. I know you're granted these rare interviews by the musicians, and this is a rare opportunity for me to do this for you. So I am extremely honored to present this to you on behalf of Mayor Kenny, who wishes he could be here and extends his deep heart. Congratulations to you, Pierre.
Oh, that's huge, Pierre.
Much. Thank you.
It's not the Spectrum event. It's not all the other events that you've had over the 20, 30 years, but this will do.
Well, it came in on crutches, so that must mean a lot to you. So.
It does.
It's an official citation from the mayor and Pierre. They also, we were going to save this for off-air, but they've issued an official citation for all of the parking tickets that people have paid.
I knew I forgot something. I knew it.
Philadelphia as well.
But good news, they'll be able to fund schools for 20 years.
That is correct. Well, thank you, Sheila Hess, city representative of the Philadelphia mayor's office. And also, as I said a moment ago, we want to welcome Councilman David O.
All right. So on behalf of the City Council of Philadelphia, we introduced a resolution which declares today as Pierre Robert Day in Philadelphia. And I've also brought a citation in addition to the resolution. And of course, as it was mentioned, 40 incredible years at 93.3 WMMR. A icon in the music industry, a voice for many things, not just everything that rocks, but also charities and charitable things that you do in our city. And listen, personally, I thank you for everything you've done for our music industry, something that we really have to invest a lot more in this city. Yeah. And I think you've been a champion of that. And so on behalf of the Council of the City of Philadelphia, this is a citation on behalf of all of us, thanking you for your 40 years here in Philadelphia.
Wow. That's beautiful. So much. Thank you.
These are official documents, and these will have to be framed and hung up. They look so cool.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
Pierre, do you know anybody who does framing work?
I do. They would have it. I do. This is amazing. Thank you both very much for coming in.
Oh, so
Happy
much our
anniversary
pleasure.
on behalf of the city. Congratulations
amazing.
and continue the fun and celebration. Happy
right.
Thanksgiving to all your
Same
listeners
to you
as well.
guys.
Thanks, both of you guys. We appreciate you. That's officially, that is from the city of Philadelphia, our city government acknowledging that 40 years. So congratulations, Pierre. All right, let's take one more quick break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get ready to wrap it up later today for the Word of the Week prize and send you off with Pierre's capable hands.
Yes.
We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days. So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
What if I go across the international date line?
Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Is that Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking about.
Yeah, but the girl who does...
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-ta-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days. 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on! You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go.
I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
Lindsay Lohan.
I was just watching Mean Girls last night on E.
Well, apparently there was this video of her dancing over the weekend, and it went viral.
Is it laughable, sexy?
I'm hesitant to even say viral. Like, how many does it take before it's called viral?
Good question.
You know,
viral is yeah.
So I just saw it this morning, and it's her dancing. And
what is it?
To be honest, it's not that big of a deal. It's just her dancing around a little bit. But some people have made a thing about it. She flips her hair in it. She leans her head down and flips her hair way up. So people are making a thing about that.
Oh my gosh.
Here, hang on. And there's the hair flip. So she does it twice.
That's
We're
a thing?
watching the video of it right now. And, well, now Busy Phillips and Kelly Oxford are getting in on the action. They spoofed Lindsay's now viral dance to the song Pillow Talk.
Oh, snap.
While Lindsay snapped her fingers and flipped her hair at her beach club in, I don't know where it is, Phillip and Oxford got down in the kitchen.
Oh,
and
man.
Phillips wrote on Instagram, honestly, it's weirdly harder to nail than it seemed. Respect.
All right.
What's going on?
They're throwing shade. They're throwing shade at her, Preston.
Are they?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Shady?
Yeah, they're throwing shade, but then they threw respect in there.
Yeah.
RESPICT.
That's right.
They're making fun of the hair flip?
Yes.
I would make fun of the mom dance instead. I mean, the hair
I've
flip is the
been
only
flipping
thing
my
that
hair
was
like
legit.
that since high school.
Right?
Yeah.
I
It's like a stupid. You're drunk. Flip your hair.
I like Lindsay's thing, and I like the mock thing. I think it looks cute.
So anyhow, they did a thing about that thing.
Wow.
There was a thing.
It's just said. The original thing has been followed by another thing.
This is what constitutes as news these days, folks.
Over the weekend, a thing occurred, which was immediately followed by two rejoinder thingies.
Televangelist Kenneth Copeland has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't going to cut
because
it.
the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot I won't go into all that.
No, I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
He sounds
this
like you're
in
at an
church.
air show. He's a preacher.
He's
a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
There's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
Or
whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some.
But I would like to thank the guests that we had on today. First of all, Thank you to Jen Carroll from Top Chef, who
Yes,
is
she's
owner of
great.
the restaurant Spice Finch, and she gave some great tips on what you need to know about cooking turkey for Thanksgiving. But she also has this free workshop that's taking place, and you can check. And I don't have the website here. Kathy, it was
Guess what?
eatccc.com.
Yeah, but the easiest way is if you go to her
Oh, sorry.
Instagram page, the link is right in her bio.
And Marissa put it up on PrestonandSteve.com.
Beauty.
There we go. Easy.
And it's free, and you can follow along, and she will help you out. She's very, very cool. Thank you to Kevin Gunn, Jason Fayon, Pancake, for being our special guest of the Pierre Producers Panel this morning. And thank you to Sheila Hess from the Mayor's Office and Councilman David O, who came in with their special citations. It is officially Pierre Robert Day.
Very cool.
I love that. Wow. So with that, we need to get our letter of the day, if we're ready for that.
I am.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
T as in totally.
All right, and we are totally going to take the first caller to expedite this thing. 215-263-WMMR. Let's get you on and see if we can set you up with that prize. So here we are, deep into your show, an hour into your show already.
Well, it's my fault. I rambled on, and then we just got behind, and then we got behind.
That's a good time. I
That
love
was
sitting
great.
around talking, man.
Thank
It's
you guys
great.
so much.
Oh, are you kidding me?
And so, Pierre, I wanted to tell you that, I grew up in the city, but that my first memory of actually ever being in the same room with you was at the Air Awards. It had to have been 2000. And you were being honored with like a Lifetime Achievement Award at the time. And you got up on the stage, and I had never met you before, but I had listened to you for a long time, basically my whole life. And something you said up on that podium had stuck with me and sticks with me till this day, which is, you use your radio powers for good, right? Like I'm never going to tell anybody what radio should be, but I can tell you what it could be. And you are everything that radio could be and potentially should be. But anyway, but you had said, use your radio powers for good. And you've always done that. And we have definitely followed in your footsteps in that manner.
Wow, thank you. That's lovely. Thank
That's
you
awesome.
Very much.
What a
Very
great memory, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
Kakalola.
And a kakalola to everybody.
No, playing the demo tape and then with Steve speeding up his voice, I don't know if there's anything that can touch that over the course of the day.
We all sound terrible, or not that you sounded terrible. It just sounds different when you hear earlier. Going back to 2005 with this show, it's like, what the hell were we doing?
Yep, sounds totally different. All right, we got a caller on the line, and it's Lisa. Hi there, Lisa.
Hello. Congratulations on 40 years, Pierre.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, nice. Lisa, what is our word of the week, please?
Eat, drink, and be merry.
There you go.
Eat is indeed the word, and Lisa, for getting that correct, we're going to give you a PlayStation Classic video game console, Resident Evil Director's Cut for PlayStation, complete with registration card, and a $400 Visa gift card to boot. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Hang on, we'll get your info. We'll take care of you. And don't forget, returning to the origins of the massively popular Resident Evil franchise, fan and filmmaker Johannes Roberts brings the games to life for a whole new generation of fans. Resident Evil, welcome to Raccoon Theaters. Raccoon City is in theaters today. See what I did? I skipped over a word there.
Because raccoons like recliners.
It's what happened. So on this program today, what's coming up?
We have another pair of tickets for Genesis, the last Domino tour, Thursday, December 2nd. That's coming up. We have workforce blocks of Queen. We lost Freddie today, 30 years ago. Rancid for Tim Armstrong's birthday, and John Mellencamp and the Vinyl Cut, all coming along.
It's going to be a great day in the morning, isn't it?
It will be.
All right.
Kakalola.
Yeah.
Kakalola.
Kaboomba. The Preston and Steve shows were brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve show. Also brought to you by Acme. Download the Acme app to see your all-new deals, rewards, and perks today. Visit acmemarkets.com for details. And also Trinity Rehab. Have nagging pain that you can't get rid of? Trinity Rehab can help. Go to trinity-rehab.com for more information. When we get back on Monday, we'll have a week of shows lined up for you. A few people joining us will be Frank Caliendo.
Nice.
That's awesome. Our buddy Jim Jackson, Kevin Crowley of the Philadelphia Wings, and Carter Oosterhouse. Remember him?
Yeah, I do remember him from
Trading
Places.
Places.
Yeah, he's
so-
hosting. He does the Christmas house decorating competition.
That's what we'll be talking to him about. And he's married to Amy Smart.
He sure is.
He's a lucky man.
Yeah.
So enjoy the Pierre Robert 40th anniversary weekend as well. We're going to be playing all kinds of clips, a couple of an hour. And that is going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And, of course, the broadcast tomorrow of Alice's Restaurant. 3 times, right?
10 a.m., 12 noon, and 2 p.m.
That is it. We are done. Rage on and have a great day. And we will see you later, gang. Have a happy Thanksgiving, please, and a safe one.